Shit. I don't have my glasses. I'll be right back. I need my glasses. um, what's going on here? Livestream fail has 2 million subscribers. Oh, that's cool. Dude's house falls apart while playing CS:GO. Damn, what? What's going on? Nope, not gonna work. Streamer accidentally films girls hitting a car, triggering its alarm. Pain and suffering. I am in pain and suffering.
But otherwise, I am in pain and suffering. But otherwise, I am in pain and suffering.
Okay. Enter subathon almost after almost 13 hours. Only 13 hours. Wow. Amazing. Wait, hold on. I need to check my thing. My thing. Okay. Um So yeah, I mean everything's working the way it should.
While she was unconscious and sleeping. Swear this ish happened, swept it under the rug like a year ago. Okay. Mr. Rodriguez has been immensely popular online streamer with over 70,000 sub followers on Twitch and over 264,000 total views on YouTube. That's a lot. That is a lot. And while she was unconscious and sleeping, swear this ish happened, swept it under the rug.
Who? Who did wait, who did what? I'm so confused right now, dude. Some of the shit people talk about is just like, what? There's no context behind this.
Oh, cool. Oh, man, are you seeing this?
Kameratila.
They're talking blood and shit. Holy fuck.
D. A. S. D. Liiku. Pyöritä. V.
What I gotta say about this is like, if I had serious inheritable disabilities, right? These are the lights gonna change. These.
What? What, mate? You watch. Streamer that exposed suspenders for having sex in front of a minor gets shadow banned.
Wait, my stream's not showing on Just Chatting anymore.
Oh my
Yeah, we
god.
got banned. He hit up the team. He actually did. He hit up the team. Are you gonna allow this? Are you gonna allow this Sam Pepper guy to like keep streaming? Bro, he 100% frantically messaged the mods. Cause like, what are the chances that he's sitting on his
You what now? You what, mate? I don't understand what's going on. Am I shadow banned already? Let's find out. Just chatting. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? I'm gonna be at the bottom with 0 viewers. All the way to the bottom of the list. Good to the bottom. Bottom of the list. Bottom of the list. Get to the bottom. Get to the bottom. Get to the bottom. Alright, where am I? I'm gonna be right. I'm not here. I am shadow banned. What? I just started streaming. How is that even possible? What? Dude. Oh, what? I'm already shadow banned. What the fuck? It even says I'm offline. I thought I was streaming. What? I'm so confused on what's going on right now. I thought I was online. It said what? What is going on right now? I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Twitch. Where's this playing from?
I'm live on Twitch.
Oh,
Where's this
because
playing?
I had it open on a different tab. That's weird, dude. I thought I was supposed to be live on both platforms. It's weird because like it says I'm live on my account, so from a different browser on Edge. I'm live, but for some reason on this one it says I'm offline. What's up with that? Twitter degeneracy? Yeah, Twitter is a fucking awful place.
I like all of them.
The intelligence explosion. Nick Bostrom on the future of AI. Okay.
In this century, probably, we will be building this hugely consequential thing, which is the first general intelligence that will be smarter than humans. This involves an enormous responsibility. This is like maybe the most important thing that our species will ever have done on this planet, giving birth to this new level of intellect.
Giving birth. We give birth to this intellect.
I'm Nick Bostrom. I'm a professor at Oxford University, where I run the Future of Humanity Institute, with the unusual mandate of trying to think carefully about the really big picture questions for humanity and the future of Earth originating intelligent life. AI has been a big focus of mine really since my teenage years. It always seemed that if you look around and ask what the cap.
Oh, dude, you know what I just noticed? I'm not even listening. I don't have my headphones on. I gotta put my... It's all loud and
why
shit.
the world is the way it is, our human world. Like a lot of it is because we humans have made it so. We have invented all kinds of technologies. And so all these things, whether it's jet planes or art or political systems, have come into the world through the birth canal of the human brain. And that immediately made it plausible to me that if you could change that channel, creating artificial brains, then you would change the thing that is changing the world.
Wait, now I can hear myself.
I think we have this notion of what's smart and what's dumb, whereas I think there is actually a huge amount of space above us between our level of intelligence and God. And once you go a little bit beyond human, then you get this feedback loop where the brains doing the AI research will become AIs themselves. Therefore,
the brains doing the research will become AIs themselves. I don't think that's how that works. But, okay.
I think there is a significant chance that we'll have an intelligence explosion. So that within a short period of time, we go from something that was only moderately affecting the world to something that completely transforms the world. All the things that we could imagine human intelligence being useful for, which is pretty much everything. Artificial intelligence could be useful for as well if it just became, more advanced. Whether it's like diseases or pollution or poverty, we would have vastly better tools for dealing with if you had super intelligence who could help develop better clean energy technologies or medicines. So it does look to me like all the plausible paths to a really great future involve the development of machine superintelligence at some point.
Okay.
There are, I think, existential risks connected with the transition to the machine intelligence era, the most obvious being the possibility of unaligned superintelligence that then overwrites the Earth human civilization with its own value structures. Another big class of failures would be if this technology were used for destructive purposes. Then I think there is a third dimension that has received less attention so far, which is how good the outcome is for the AIs themselves. If we're going to construct digital minds that are maybe conscious or have moral status of various degrees, then how can we ensure that they are treated well? If you think about it, most of us would acknowledge that various non-human animals have degrees of moral status, even something as simple as a humble lab mouse. At that point, it becomes an active question of whether we have obligations to the AIs, not just make sure we don't misuse AIs against one another or protect ourselves from the AI, but also make sure that we do what we ought to do with respect to the AIs. And if we succeed at that and things go well, then you could imagine living lives way beyond anything that is possible now. This is why there has been so much interest in AI in recent years, because it does look like it could be this fulcrum on which the future depends. So on the one hand, it does look from this kind of slightly abstract point of view that we might develop, in the not too distant future, greater than human AI, and it would change everything. On the other hand, it seems kind of rather incredible that this world that we've known for our whole lives, that there would be a plausible scenario in which that changes radically in our lifetime. And we become, I don't know, some sort of semi-immortal uploaded creatures with Jupiter-sized minds. Like, to actually take that seriously, like, it seems to go against day-to-day lived experience. So keeping both of those in mind creates this kind of interesting tension between two different ways of thinking about the world. I think rather than just eliminate one of them, just keep them both there and struggle with that tension.
Okay. Evolution.
I'd like all of us to think about science and its methods and tools.
Space-time.
The nature of human consciousness.
Artificial intelligence.
Incredibly realistic humanoid robots.
The new technology for gene editing.
The
Robots.
battle against climate change.
Future civilization, Mars, Moon, wherever we're going to go.
Amazing. Porn versus S. How porn fucked our minds. Okay. Oh, I gotta sign in for that. Okay, makes sense. Why modern America creates fragile children. Okay.
Every generation loves to complain about the generation coming along, but at the same time, there's a very sharp change with kids who were born in 1995 and after.
This is a hot topic right now, right? Like, I think some people are saying that, like, what is it? Like, men these days are becoming pussified or something like that.
Afterwards, surprisingly sharp. Beginning with kids born in 1995, they spend a lot less time going out with friends. They don't get a driver's license
But it's just saying, like, children in general are becoming more fragile.
as often. They don't drink as much. They don't go out on dates. They don't work for money.
Percent of 12th graders who have gotten a driver's license, tried alcohol, gone on dates, worked for pay. So that's gone in decline since 94. That's weird, because I've done all of this.
As much. What are they doing? They're spending
in 12th grade too. Yeah, I mean, like, I've done all of those things as a 12th grader. So I don't understand this idea. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't relate. So let's see. Let's hear what this nerd has to say.
Interacting that way. These are the first kids who got social media when they were 13, roughly.
I had social media. I was on Facebook and MySpace. So maybe it just wasn't. There wasn't enough. There wasn't as much like. No, I don't know, man. Cause I still tuned out a lot of BS, a lot of bullshit.
They were subjected to much more anti-bullying content in their schools, much more adult supervision. They were raised in the years after 9/11. They were given much less recess and free play with No Child Left Behind. There was much more testing pushed down into earlier grades. So in a lot of ways, Gen Z has been denied the independence, the independent play that previous generations got. Gen Z has been raised with what's called moral dependency. There's always been an adult there for them to go to, and so we don't know if this is for sure the reason, but they seem to have more difficulty working out problems on their own. When we protect children...
I saw something, it was like a TikTok of someone, I guess a Gen Zer, that was like baffled by the way that a mirror worked, because they were holding up a piece of paper, and then like when you tilted the camera to the side, you could see what was behind the paper. And I guess at first thought it can seem a little like it can seem a little spooky. Like, oh my god, it can see behind, but the thing is, mirrors reflect light from the angle, it's from all angles, and like, so depending on the angle that you're looking at it, your eye is receiving that light. So that's why when you look at it, it's able to reflect light into your fucking eye face, and you're able to see the object on the other side of the paper. Like, I'm not great at explaining it, but essentially the mirror is just reflecting light. It's just reflecting the light, and everything is light. Everything you see, everything you can that your eyeballs can see is just light.
From unpleasantness, from conflicts, from insults, from teasing, from exclusion, we are setting them up to be weak, to be more easily damaged, to be more easily discouraged.
Oh, but the caption said, Gen Z discovering things. I thought it was hilarious because Gen Z doesn't know shit, and so they're baffled by literally everything.
In the 1990s, as the crime rate was plummeting, as American life was getting safer and safer, Americans freaked out and thought that if they take their eyes off their children, the children will be abducted. The fear was stoked by cable TV in the 1980s. There were a few high-profile abductions.
Last year, 50,000 children disappeared, many of them from nice, safe neighborhoods.
Okay. Come on, help me.
Talk to your children about not talking to strangers, and do it today.
But it's not until the 1990s that we really start locking kids up and saying you cannot be outside until you're 14 or 15. Lenore Skenazy, who wrote the book Free Range Kids, she became famous as America's worst mom because in 2009, she let her 9-year-old son ride the New York City subway.
Not your 9-year-old son. Wait, how old? 9-year-old son.
9-year-old son ride the New York City subway. Not only did he survive, he was thrilled. He felt he'd learned something. He felt...
No! He was excited? That's absolutely unacceptable. Worst mom ever. Worst!
He could go out into the world. We took this essential period of childhood from about 8 to 12, when kids throughout history have practiced independence, have gotten into adventures, have made rafts and floated down the Mississippi River. We took that period and said, you don't get...
Of course little Jimmy was excited. He got to try the drugs.
to practice independence until it's too late, until that period is over. Now, a couple years before you go to college, now you can go outside. Oh, okay, go off to college. And a lot of them are not ready. They're just not used to being independent. When they get to college, they need more help. They're asking adults for more help. Protect me from this. Punish him for saying that. Protect me from that book. Students are thinking in terms of safety and danger. Students say, by their own admission, they are more fragile. They use a language of fragility, weakness, trauma, triggering. They see triggers all over the world. What are triggers? Triggers are cases where you take a part of your nervous system and you say, if someone says that word, they can control my nervous system and make me afraid and anxious. That's a terrible idea. We should not be teaching our kids to see the world as being full of triggers. We should teach them to live in a world that is physically quite safe, but full of offensive statements and ideas, especially on the internet. The bottom line is that if we want to raise a generation of kids who can deal with diversity of all kinds, who can go out into a world that's physically actually quite safe, but yet full of offensive content, we need to get our educational practices in line with some very basic, important psychological principles. They are, we are all prone to motivated reasoning and the confirmation bias.
But isn't, like, okay, so I'm gonna poke a hole in this logic. He said to raise them in a world that's physically safe, and that, so what, like, words aren't safe? But that's already how they're acting. They're already acting like words aren't safe. Don't we need to teach them that the world's physically not safe and words are safe? Right? No, what did he say?
Statements and ideas. We should teach them to live in a world that is physically quite safe, but full of offensive.
That's exactly how they're going about this. They're definitely acting like the world is quite safe because they're able to just talk and say whatever the fuck they want to people and, like, you know, not be worried about any ramifications. Like, they don't have to worry about someone coming up and punching them in the face for saying some out-of-pocket ass shit. They don't have to worry about somebody shooting them up for, you know, disgracing their family. They don't have to worry about any of that stuff. So they already approach the world as if it's already physically safe, but words are not safe. That's the problem. So what is he trying to say here?
Want to raise a generation of kids who can deal with diversity of all kinds, who can go out into a world that's physically actually quite safe, but yet full of offensive content. We need to get our educational practices in line with some very basic, important psychological principles.
Because the old saying was, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me, right? And so when you follow that mantra, you're essentially saying that, you know, fuck what you say. If you're not beating the shit out of me, then it's all right.
We are all prone to motivated reasoning and the confirmation bias, and we're all prone to tribalism and black and white thinking. We need to be educating kids so that they do less of this stuff. Always trust your feelings. It may sound wise, it may sound romantic, but wise people around the world have noticed.
Oh, what's the difference between intuition and feelings? Intuition? The ability to understand something immediately without the need for conscious reasoning. Okay, so that's intuition. And then feelings. An emotional state or reaction. So I guess there's like sort of a similarity there, because if you're in your feelings, then depending on your emotional state, that's how you're gonna react, and you're not really gonna think too much about conscious reasoning. You're just gonna react. But I think intuition goes a bit further in saying that the ability to understand, right? And so understanding is quite different. It's perceive the intended meaning of, right? So the ability to understand something immediately, right? Like that means instantaneously, like right now, at once, instantly. So there's a difference between feelings and intuition, and I think it's okay to trust your intuition as long as you have good common sense or decent common sense.
That we don't react to the world as it actually is. We react to the constructions, the perceptions. Epictetus said, "It is not things themselves that disturb us, but our interpretations of things." All of us have had experiences of these.
Yeah, I see that.
One thing I like to think about is Homer Simpson saying,
"Shut up, brain, or I'll stab you with a Q-tip."
Our brains do this. Our brains go on and on. We're like, stop it, stop it, stop it. What we...
I'm not gonna find it like that. I wish I could, but I'm not.
We've begun seeing on campus is that students are encouraged to follow their feelings. If they feel offended by something, then they have been attacked. They're supposed to not question those feelings. But part of wisdom is the ability to say, now wait a second, are there other ways to look at this? These are crucial skills for critical thinking. These are crucial skills for mental health. And we need to be teaching young people at all stages to question their first interpretations, look for evidence, and improve the way they interpret the world. CBT is just a way of teaching people skills to do exactly that, to question their feelings, to look for evidence.
I thought he said CBD for a second.
You learn the names of these distortions, about 15 or so distortions. You can guess what they mean. Catastrophizing, black and white thinking, labeling, mind reading. Aaron Beck, a psychiatrist in the 1960s, noticed that depressed and anxious people have a way of constructing these beliefs that I'm bad, the future is bad, my future, the world is a bad place, and they're mutually reinforcing. And this is the way the world feels to them. And if you can improve their thinking and break up those beliefs, they're released from the depression. Cognitive behavioral therapy is not more effective than several other treatments. Most treatments are about equally effective.
Wait. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you gotta stop thinking about it. Cause like I was given antidepressants, and the only thing that I noticed that the antidepressants were doing were like making me stop overthinking. So like previously, whenever I came to doing something, that's what he was saying, like my thoughts went to like, oh, that's boring, or I don't want to do that, or it's hard, or like, you know, what's the point? It's nothing matters, you know, shit like that. Like, it's just, it's too hard, and even if I did do it, no one's gonna give a shit. So like, what's the fucking point? And so I get what he's trying to say, and you really do need to just like not think about it. Just stop thinking about it, really.
It's so easy to learn. Other techniques like meditation work, but they're harder. Most people drop off. So CBT is easy, really well tested, has a huge impact on a variety of mental illnesses, especially those related to depression and anxiety. We think every college student, and heck, every high school student, should be taught these basic skills, given how high the rates of anxiety and depression are today. Life is a battle between good people and evil people. If you think about it for a moment, who are we? What is our species? We evolved in small-scale societies that were locked in struggle with other small-scale societies. Human nature is really, really finely tailored for intergroup conflict, for tribal warfare. This is the way our ancestors lived for a long time. Now that we've transcended it, we're so desperate for it, we've invented team sports, fraternities. We love these sorts of competitions. Our brains are made for it. Now, it can be fun. We really, ancestors did it with fraternities. We love these sorts of competitions.
No one's gonna pick this up. He acknowledged it.
Our brains are made for it.
Or he wanted to? What is he looking at? The screen's up there. What is she looking at? What is this guy? He's looking at the drop bottle, bro. Look at him. He's like, whoa, yeah, you dropped the bottle. Whoa! These guys they're looking at the screen. They're all cheering for the same thing, I think.
Now, it can be fun, or it can get dark, and it can lead to racism, all kinds of forms of bigotry. But on some college campuses and in some high schools, we see forms of education, forms of training that teach students to make more and more distinctions, to see more and more binary dimensions between people, where the people who are high are bad, the people who are low are good. When we talk about identity politics, which is a controversial topic, we start by saying, of course you need identity politics. Identity politics is not a bad thing automatically. Politics can be based on any distinction. It can be based on any group interest. So for gay students or black students or women to organize, that's identity politics. That's perfectly legitimate. The question is, how are they organizing? What's the overarching framework? And we've seen two versions of it in American history. You can do it the way most of the civil rights leaders did it, Martin Luther King in particular, where you draw a larger circle around the group, you emphasize what we have in common, and then you say some of our brothers and sisters are being denied equal access, equal opportunity, or equal dignity. That works. That has worked historically in much tougher times and zones, and that works and will work on college campuses. The other way you do it, which is growing on college campuses, is common enemy identity politics. It's based on the Bedouin notion, me against my brother, me and my brother against our cousin, me, my brother and cousin against the stranger. It's a very general principle of social psychology. If you try to unite people, let's all unite against them. They're the bad people. They're the cause of the problems. Let's all stick together. That's a really dangerous thing to do in a multi-ethnic society, especially in a university where we're actually all trying to work together to solve the problem. If we're creating multi-ethnic environments on campuses, and in most of our organizations, we're struggling to increase diversity, what you should obviously be doing is turning down the tribal sentiments, is emphasizing what we have in common. Identity politics done with a common humanity frame is a good thing and is likely to work. Identity politics done by uniting everybody against the people with power and privilege, one race versus another race, one gender versus another gender, this is madness. This is a really bad idea if you're trying to emphasize and increase diversity and inclusion. We call that common enemy identity politics. The more we encourage people to see the people around them as good versus evil, the harder it's going to be to create an inclusive, diverse environment.
Thank you, and very well said. Jonathan, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure.
Get smarter, faster with videos from the world's biggest thinkers. And to learn even more from the world's biggest thinkers, get Big Think Plus for your business.
My name is Tiago Forte. I'm the founder of Forte Labs.
Decline of friendship? Friendship recession!
There are some studies that suggest, for example, that being without a close friend, being lonely, is as bad for your health as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. It's quite hard to measure friendships. What's the quality of that friendship? What's the quantity? When people say they have a certain number of friends, what does that mean? Does it mean how many friends they have on Facebook? It is difficult to get at this quantitatively, and also people I think are a bit reluctant to admit sometimes to not having friends. Loneliness is in some ways quite a stigmatized condition, and so actually getting people to admit to loneliness is something that social scientists really struggle with. I think a big question now is whether we're facing a friendship recession. That's a term that Daniel Cox, a scholar at the American Enterprise Institute, has used to describe this rise in a number of people who lack a certain number of close friends, who have fewer people to turn to in times of crisis. You need a shoulder to cry on, or at least someone to have a conversation with. That's less and less likely to be a friend now. And as society changes in all kinds of ways, technologically, economically, then I think it's important that we pay attention to what is very often an underappreciated human relationship, which is the friendship. friendships come in all shapes and sizes and are also formed in very different ways and in very different places. One way we form friends is just by being at the same school as somebody, by growing up in the same place. Another way is through the situations you find yourself in, through work. There are also friends that you form through activities that are chosen, so through a voluntary activity or a sport, athletics. The fourth is online friendships. Those are friendships that are formed through a screen or over the internet in one kind or another without necessarily ever physically meeting that person. Across human history, there's always been a tribal side, I think, to friendship groups, which is somewhere in the teens, say between 12 and 15, perhaps, is a reasonable number to think about. And then there are close friends. Some people, of course, have no close friends, but most people have at least a close friend. And most people would say that the ideal number of close friends to have is somewhere around the 3 or 4 number. Friendship was something that the ancient philosophers used to take very seriously. If you go back to Aristotle, for example, in some ways seen as the ideal relationship. And one of the reasons why friendship is, I think, so important and so idealized is because it's a relationship of genuine and radical equality, and one in which you're not in the friendship in order to get something out of it for yourself. There's no sense of dependency, there's no sense of exchange. It's not a transactional relationship in any way. And in most other occasions, relationships do contain some kind of transaction, some kind of what's in this for me. But the definition of a friendship is a relationship where there is nothing in it for you other than the relationship. We've seen a decline in lots of traditional institutions, including the family, people marrying later if they do marry, obviously in areas like religion, in some cases the labor market. And so what that means is there's more of a need for people to have social relationships, connections outside of those institutions. That's where friends are hugely important. But during the same period, we've seen a real decline in the number of people who say that they have a number of close friends. There are a number of factors that could be getting in the way of forming friendships, particularly in 21st century US. Number one is geographical mobility, people moving away from their homes, moving to big cities or career opportunities, which necessarily stretches their friendship network. Parents are spending quite a bit more time on parenting, on looking after their kids, which squeezes out the time that they might have had for friendships before. There's also a lot of emphasis on work and careers, what some scholars call workism, which is a sense that your identity is so wrapped up in your work that you don't have as much energy and time left over for friends. And then lastly, I'd point to the breakdown of relationships. As marriages break up or couples separate, that can be really fracturing of friendship groups that have been formed as a couple. Once they break up, the friendship groups very often get shattered as well. There are a few downsides to being without friends. One is lack of access to opportunities. It turns out that many people get a lot of jobs and opportunities and chances to go and do things through their friends. So friends do act as a communications information channel. But there are some quite profound effects on health too, mental health and even physical health. It's not exactly clear what the causal relationships are, what's going on, but it is clear that having friends is protective of your health in various ways. And so it's not just that being without friends can make you isolated in a sort of economic or a social sense, but it can also make you sad. And being sad, it turns out, is also bad in terms of your physical as well as emotional health. Today,
Being sad? Aww.
15% of young men say that they don't have a close friend. That was just 3% back in the 1990s.
God damn.
So we're seeing a 5-fold increase in the number of men who have no close friends. Back in 1990, almost half of young men, 45%, said that if they had to turn to someone in a time of trouble, it would be to a close friend. But now that's dropped to about 22%. And in fact, there are more men, about 36%, who say that they would go to their parents. And so that's quite a radical transformation in the social networks that we've seen, particularly of young men. The pandemic has been a sort of stress test for our friendship networks. Interestingly, there we see that it's women who've been most affected, with more than half of women saying they'd lost touch with at least some of their friends. I think that's because female friendships are more based on physical relationships, on face-to-face time, whereas male friendships tend to be more mediated perhaps through activities or technology. We don't know for sure, But that gender gap is suggestive of the fact that women's friendships are more in need of more regular physical contact than male friendships are, which is maybe why women's friendships have borne the brunt of the impact of COVID on those friendship networks. There's obviously a dystopian version of how these trends could continue, which is a world of essentially atomized individuals without friends, isolated, sad, lonely, perhaps in ill health. I think that's why we have to pay real attention to these trends and to recognize that friendship is incredibly important for human flourishing and that people want to make friends. We're wired to want to be social creatures and to be friends, but that might be harder for us to do so in certain circumstances where we're under too much pressure, where we're too segregated, where the opportunities to cultivate friendship are not there. A key lesson that we learn is that friendships don't form themselves. Friendship is not a flower that just blooms all on its own. It's more like a woodworking project that you have to carve out and continue to work on. One of the necessary steps to making a friend is to admitting that you want to make a friend, to being open to that. That requires a certain vulnerability. It requires you in some ways to reveal a need, a desire. And I think as we get older, there's sometimes a sense of shame that comes along with not having enough friends. And actually saying I need a friend is maybe one of the hardest sentences any human being can utter.
Get smarter, faster with videos from the world's biggest thinker.
I guess. I have no opinion on that. I mean, do I have a close friend? I used to. But I don't know.
If you're a lot of revenue executives or sales executives, you're
7 Rules of Business I Wish I Knew When I Was 30 with best-selling author Aaron Ross.
Struggling, like everyone else is, with feeling overwhelmed and uncertain about how to drive your revenue to the goals you want to hit. Something's been working maybe, or maybe not the last couple of years. You're not sure if it's going to work to the next level. Or maybe you've had a revenue roller coaster. Sometimes things are going well one quarter, the next quarter, you have no idea what's going to work or not going to work. I distinctly remember my late 20s being CEO of a venture funded company, thinking like, I've got this figured out or it's working. And within a year or two, that company had completely failed and millions of dollars was lost. And that led me to a long career so far of taking this engineering mindset applied to growth. Where are the repeatable problems, where are the repeatable opportunities and ways to drive more growth? So there are 7 ingredients for creating hypergrowth that can help executives understand what are the most common problems that create growth or stop it. I'm Aaron Ross, a sales expert and advisor, known for the book Predictable Revenue. Although ironically, I've got an incredibly unpredictable life. I have 10 children. My latest book is called From Impossible to Inevitable: How Hypergrowth Companies Create Predictable Revenue. You're not ready to grow until you nail a niche. Nailing a niche means finding that sweet spot between a problem the market has.
Alright, so one of the problems with Nanite
and how you can communicate with them
is that it messes up Windows.
There are these fears that stop us from nailing a niche.
And I'm really mad about that.
Well, if I'm only focusing on one type of customer, like banks, I'll lose out on everything else. Or I don't want to think small, I want to think big. But these are just fears, and what you'll see when you pick a specific type of customer and you focus on them and you message to them, that can actually open up a huge world of opportunity. Creating predictable pipeline. Whether you're an individual salesperson or a company, the lever for growth is not how many salespeople you have. It may not even be kind of the product you have. Those are important. It's really, do you have a predictable system for generating leads and opportunities? So whether it's coming from some sort of software product, a free trial, whether it's from paid ads, whether it's from knocking on doors, ultimately all you're trying to do is create some predictable way to grow the opportunities that you have to talk to possible customers. Make sales scalable. Sometimes speeding up growth can create more problems than it solves. All right, wow, growth is exciting, right? We want to grow faster. We want to make more money. We want to have more people. All sounds amazing, right? Until you say, ooh, we're hiring salespeople and a bunch aren't working out, or our systems aren't working anymore, things are broken, our comp system doesn't work, our product isn't serving these customers we've gotten into, this new market we've gotten into. But there's some things you can do to design the sales team from the beginning to be able to grow more easily. There's a lot of preventable problems. Doubling your deal size. It's hard to build a big business out of small deals. I think when I was younger, I just didn't have the experience to know that the effort to work a small deal versus a bigger one is about the same. And one thing that can make your growth a lot easier, whether you're an individual salesperson or a company, is think fewer, bigger, better. Fewer deals that are bigger and a better fit. Do the time. The painful truth is, it takes years longer than you want to hit the goals you've got. This is actually the part of the book I'm most proud of.
Alright, the good thing about this one is that
so much
the
of
windows
our
are
anxiety and
pretty
depression
easy
and
to...
struggle comes from this mismatch of when we want things and when they actually are ready to happen. Yes, we want to hit $1 million ARR, annual recurring revenue, in 12 months, or we want to hit, this $500,000 in the bank. We want these goals. It's so important to realize, like, you are where you are where you need to be, and understanding that this is a roller coaster, and that no matter how you do it, there's going to be ups and downs, and you have to be able to ride those out.
Okay, so the door frame needs to
Embracing
also
employee
be
ownership.
disabled.
The painful truth is your employees are renting, not owning their jobs. Owners and leaders are constantly thinking, why aren't my people working harder? Or why don't they work as hard as me? Well, duh, because they're not an owner. And it's unfair to expect them to work as hard as you. How do you help design a culture and team so that people have more emotional ownership and so they want to put more energy and effort into what they're doing? Define your destiny. The painful truth is, everyone gets frustrated, and you need to apply that to your advantage to define where you want to take things. And this really is a section for individual contributors and employees. It's all the individuals on a team who have layers of leaders above them and are used to feeling somewhat powerless in a company. If you're a leader and you really want to set a new direction for growth, and that includes changes to the company, do you want your people behind those changes, or do you want them to fight your changes? Part of that is setting a clear vision, blah, 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 all the typical leadership stuff I'm sure you read ad nauseum on YouTube or books. But part of it is, how can you help people in your company feel more empowered so they can define their own destiny better versus waiting for you to fix it for them? That looks like an employee realizing they have more power and influence over what they do in themselves than they realize.
Get smarter, faster with videos from the world's biggest thinkers. To learn even more from the world's biggest thinkers, get Big Think Plus for your business.
I didn't understand a single thing he was talking about. Man, there's a lot I haven't seen. I haven't been watching anything from this channel in a long time.
I'd like all of us to think about
Game theory?
The ideals of the Enlightenment, that we can use knowledge to improve human well-being, aren't particularly natural. For most of our history and prehistory, there was no knowledge that you could act on to do things like reduce infection, or reduce tribal warfare, or to extend life. Until recently, that
Dang.
That would have been a crazy thing
This
even to
one
hope
hook
for.
has.
So it's not intuitive, and there's always
Oh
a
my
tendency
goodness,
toward
so many.
backsliding.
Just that one hook. That one hook has more polygons than like some
For
of the other
example,
stuff. in
there's the
whole
blowing
house.
off of scientific findings of the efficacy of vaccines, the reality of climate change, the war in
Very
Ukraine,
detailed.
another flouting of enlightenment values.
Detailed houses.
The idea that the ultimate good is the lives of people. For Putin, maybe several hundreds of thousands of people dying, their schools, their hospitals, their apartments reduced to rubble. Small price to pay for the glory and the avenging of the humiliation of the Soviet Union. We're not wired for Enlightenment humanism, but nonetheless, we ought to endorse it, we ought to advance it, we ought to remind ourselves of what's so great about it. One idea that is essential to make sense of our current predicament comes from game theory. Game theory is what's the rational thing to do if you are in a situation where the outcome depends on what other rational people do. And the tragedy of the commons is a game theoretic predicament where what everyone does that's rational for them leaves everyone worse off when everyone does it. There are lots of situations in which tragedies of the commons confront us.
Why is it way the hell down there?
If I wait for the bus in the rain instead of driving my SUV, I'm not going to save the climate, so it makes sense for me to take the SUV. Well, if everyone thinks that, then we're all in danger of being cooked. An additional arena in which that we have a tragedy of the commons is rationality itself. You've got a person who thinks, should I believe this or should I believe that? Well, if I believe this, I will be a hero in all the people that matter to me. Another member of the group thinks that, and another member, and they all think, well, if you doubt that, then you're making us look kind of stupid and evil, and if everyone believes that, then you can have two sides, each of which kind of individually rational in the sense that each one gets the respect of his buddies, his pals, his colleagues, but the whole society is worse off because you just have warring tribes instead of a joint search for the truth. In the case of the rationality commons, you want the commitment to truth as more important than a slogan that makes your side look good in order for everyone to enjoy what is objectively good for everyone. With all of the threats from the identitarian left and the populist right and the nationalist leaders and the religious fundamentalists, is there any hope? Civilization in general tends to drift slowly in directions of greater rationality. Our science really does know more than it did 50 years ago or 100 years ago. A lot of superstitious beliefs have been marginalized. Not just factual beliefs, but moral beliefs. Slavery, thank goodness we don't have that debate anymore, but 150 years ago our country did. Disenfranchising women, criminalizing homosexuality, segregation of schools. The list goes on of things where we really have made progress. Humanistic values have a kind of built-in advantage when you think about them, in that they're the only things that you can defend when you have a negotiation with someone who isn't like you.
Wait, what? Why is this?
We'd rather be healthy than sick. We'd rather be educated than ignorant and illiterate. There's a long list of things that we share because we are human, despite all of our differences in race and religion and ethnicity and nationality. Enlightenment humanism is just appealing to that common humanity. It's not particularly intuitive, but it always has that built-in advantage.
Get smarter, faster with
I don't know
videos
why,
from
but I thought the towel, I thought this
To learn
and
even
the
more from
bar
the
were
world's biggest
separate
thinkers,
parts.
Get Big Think Plus for your business.
That's sort of disappointing.
Anytime that you're interacting with another person who has their own interests and is trying to achieve their own ends, they are trying to do the best they can, given what they want. You're trying to do the best you can, given what you want, and so you're interacting in a strategic situation. Game theory is a mathematical theory that attempts to make sense of how it is that people interact in these strategic situations.
John von Neumann wrote a very important book called The Theory of Games with a guy named Oscar Morgenstern. And in there, he laid out game theory. And game theory is the study of decision-making under conditions of uncertainty over time.
It was originally developed in economics in order to try and understand economic behavior, like why people buy certain things or why they're willing to work for certain wages. But later on, it was expanded and applied to a variety of different situations, including biology, international relations, and even interpersonal relations like friendship and parenting and family relations. One of the things that game theory has really shown us through recent study has been interactions that we oftentimes think as zero-sum or competitive are not as competitive as they seem. In situations like in the Cold War, which most people thought that's got to be a zero-sum game if anything is, we discovered that actually there were opportunities for mutual cooperation. Arms reduction treaties are a great example. The US and the USSR figured out that if they could find a way to cooperate, they could both save an enormous amount of money and effort by reducing the number of weapons that they have. Reagan and Gorbachev negotiated the START Treaty with one another. And one of the big problems that they had is, how can you be sure that while you're eliminating nuclear weapons, your adversary is also eliminating nuclear weapons? So rather than saying, we're just going to get rid of some large percentage of our nuclear weapons and hope that the USSR would do so as well, they broke up the interaction into a bunch of little tiny ones. So the USSR would eliminate just a few nuclear weapons, then the US would eliminate just a few nuclear weapons. They would check, and then they would go on to the next stage, and then each would eliminate a few more, and they'd go on to the next stage. This process of taking a big interaction and breaking it down into little small parts can change a bad social dilemma into a positive interaction. What I do in my personal life, and I think almost everyone can do in their personal life, is to try and think, in this interaction, what outcome would be good for both parties, and how can we achieve that outcome? And by thinking about everything in that way, we oftentimes transform something that seems like a situation where there has to be a winner and there has to be a loser into one where nobody feels like they've lost and everybody benefits.
John von Neumann based game theory on a stripped-down version of poker.
In any given poker situation, you're dealing with a lot of uncertainty, and it's all about how to make the best decision in any given moment, and that's so integral to life. Everything we try to do, should we take this route or that route? Should I go here on vacation or there? It's all about dealing with uncertainties and probabilities of things happening, and poker is a very fun and easy way to teach someone how to do that. First rule of thumb is how to extract the most money or chips from your opponent when you have a strong hand, and how to lose the minimum when you have a weak hand. You're never going to be 100% certain where you are. Are you beating them, or do you have a worse hand? So you have to sort of construct a strategy that is mathematically optimal in each situation. The most damaging bias that can come up in poker, and I also think very often in life, is the sunk cost fallacy, where you'll have a lot of
chips. How do you make it look like it's burning,
though? Almost all your stack is in the middle, and yet you are 85 to 90% confident that you have the worst hand. Putting another chip in the pot is probably not a good idea, but we'll often go to ourselves, well, I've gone this far, I've put this much in, I might as well see it through to the end. But if you have very strong information that actually from this point onwards, putting more money in the pot is a bad idea, then you shouldn't. But we have this belief that, well, I've put this much time in or this much effort, that we should continue on. That can be very, very costly.
Once you start paying attention to the sunk cost fallacy, once it's on your radar, you'll probably notice at least a few things that you wish you were doing differently. Those might be small scale. In my case, I'm now much more willing to abandon a book that I've realized I'm not enjoying and not getting any value out of.
That night messed the flames up too.
Rather than trudging dutifully through the remainder of the book just because I've already come 100 pages. These changes might also be large scale. For example, I was in a PhD program and at a certain point realized with increasing certainty that I wasn't happy in this field and would probably be better off switching, and that the only reason that I had stuck with it as long as I had was because of my fear of confronting the sunk cost of 4 to 5 years that I'd spent preparing for and working in the PhD. And sometimes it really does take time to fully acknowledge to yourself that you don't have any good reason to stick with the job or PhD or project that you've been working on so long, because sunk costs are painful. But at least having the sunk cost fallacy on your radar means that you have the opportunity, at least, to push past that and make the choice that instead will lead to the better outcomes for your future.
Game theory spent much of its early days analyzing zero-sum games, where one party's going to win and the other party's going to lose, and trying to figure out what's the best strategy. What game theorists have figured out is that in zero-sum games, the best strategy to pursue when you're against a sophisticated opponent is to adopt the strategy which minimizes your maximum loss. This is sometimes called the mini-max strategy. So the idea is you think, what's the worst case scenario
Damn,
for
this
me?
one is gonna be...
What could my opponent do that would make me worse off? And then you figure out what's the best strategy against that.
This one's gonna suck.
So you're minimizing your maximum loss. Game theorists prove that if you use this way of thinking, minimizing your maximum loss, you ensure that no matter how sophisticated your opponent is, you've guarded against the worst case scenario. And
so
not only
many
that,
triangles
but in
on that.
zero-sum games, you've done the best you can possibly do.
Get smarter, faster with videos from the world's biggest thinkers. To learn even more from the world's biggest thinkers, get Big Think Plus for your business.
The sanest Florida criminal? Jesus. Is that Macklemore?
Over the years, we've taken a look back at many things in the gaming world that have gone extinct, and the many problems gamers sometimes have. So today we're taking a further look back at 10 more gamer problems that are now dead. Starting off at number 10, let's talk about not owning a memory card. As you know, video games are expensive. They were expensive then, they're expensive now, and sometimes it meant you could get the game, but not the actual physical device you needed to save your progress on. You can end up in that camp for a variety of ways. You save a up all your money to buy a video game console and one game, but not a little extra for a memory card, or maybe a relative got you a shiny new console for a gift, but forgot to include the memory card because they didn't know any better. Regardless, many of us were just stuck without a way to save. Now, coming from the older days, it was fine. There were password systems, or you just dealt with it. You remember maybe pausing your NES and leaving it on all day while you went to school, hoping that you would come home and the power didn't go out, or your parents turned it off by accident and you could just continue your game. That was painful, and I'm glad we don't have to do that anymore, because more often than not, your parents would just see it and turn off the console and totally screw you over. Or maybe you didn't have a PlayStation memory card or something like that, and you tried to beat the game in one sitting. You are a hero. You're doing something that today's gamers can't always do for either attention span or time reasons or what have you. Now, moving on over to number 9, if we're talking accessories and peripherals, how about having to untangle a mess of controller cables? Back in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, in general, you were just dealing with more wires overall, whether it was cables to hook up the console or, of course, those long, pesky controller wires. Things were just messy, and it was very, very hard to really wrangle everything together. God forbid you had other siblings that also had their own controllers or their own video games, or if you were crazy enough to throw them all in one bin, it would be an absolute mess every single time you went to grab a new controller, because you'd have to spend so much time untangling everything. I actually look back at my skills at untangling. There was a point where I got so good at untangling any controller, any mess. I was so slick, I was so practiced at it, and now I barely use that skill at all in real life because I never really come into contact with that. Oh no, the charging cable for the Xbox controller or the PlayStation controller. It's not as big of a deal as having multiple full controller wires and just a bunch of other crap around your TV. That stuff, coupled with the fact that there were always so many cables around, sometimes you couldn't tell what was plugged in, or you'd accidentally step on it or trip over something and yank something out. You can't have been the only person that would have an entire console be pulled out of like the TV cabinet because somebody walked by and stepped on the controller cable. What a mess that was. I mean, we have a lot of things to complain about with modern gaming, but I'm
honestly, it didn't even have to be someone else. Like, sometimes you just forget. You just like, it mostly happens with earphones, like headphones and shit, because you can plug shit in right here.
Wireless technology has come a long way.
So for me, like the Xbox, you know how there's the mic, the headset that goes plugged into the controller? Well, I would be playing, and then I'd put the controller down, and then I'd get up, and the controller would go flying, and my battery would get launched out, and it led to the slot that's supposed to hold the battery ending up like sort of breaking, so it would like fall out on me. Or it wasn't seated properly, and it was just a really bad time.
Next over at number 8, this is a silly problem to have, but it definitely happened to some of us. Turning your console on late at night, only to have that blaring startup sound either wake up your siblings or your parents, and then you're in trouble. Because for a lot of us, like maybe we had to be sleeping, you know, for school the next day or whatever. But sometimes you just want to game all night. For me in particular, I remember for some reason out of anything, the sound of the GameCube and the sound of the PlayStation 2, those startup sounds being incredibly blaringly loud. And sometimes you don't notice immediately that your TV volume is turned up too loud.
The PlayStation 2 one, bro.
The first couple of notes before you lower the volume down of the GameCube jingle were pretty loud. That blaring of the PlayStation 2 firing up. That type of thing to even older consoles really have gotten us in trouble many times back in the day. It's cheesy, it's hokey to mention, but you know what? It's true. Please prove us right. If any of you have experience or like a story or something of that happening to you, let us know in the comments. Now, next over at number 7, waiting in line for a new video.
Yeah, my cousins would spend the night, and then when it was time to go to sleep, they still wanted to keep playing, and I did too, so we would turn the console on, forgetting to lower the volume, and then my dad would come in like, "Oh, you're not supposed to be having fun? Go to sleep." It's not like it was a school night, right? Because like my cousins, I mean, they wouldn't have been spending the night over, so it was just a weird thing. It ended up leading to them not wanting to spend the night over as often, so I had to spend the night at their house.
game launch. Now, that still happens occasionally. Sometimes there's a good retail store or a big new game release that will have some sort of celebration in store, but with the rise of digital gaming, many people are just pre-ordering on their console digitally, or just not pre-ordering and just downloading it when they want, or they're ordering a physical game from Amazon or whatever. We've talked in the past about how video game retail has it rough. I always say support your local mom and pop game store if you have one, because it's not always the easiest for them to make money compared to the giants. But I got sidetracked. Really, it was those long lines for all those big AAA releases. From the early days of game launches to PC releases, even like expansion packs, to, of course, up until the last few Call of Duties, people would line up in front of stores around the block. Oftentimes, that was the best way to get your hands on a copy of a game quick, because if you walked in the next day, it'd probably be sold out. Things have changed over the years, but that was a real fear for it.
Definitely what he said. Support your local stores. You know, those mom and pop shops, that money goes to sending their kid to college, paying for food and electricity and water, paying for their mortgage, whatever it is, providing a roof over their heads. Like, it just, yeah, support your mom and pop shops, man. We live in if you live in America, we live in a capitalistic society. Be capitalistic. Make sure you're supporting the American dream of, you know, owning your own shit.
Time, and you wanted that game, damn it, so you waited. And sometimes it was freezing cold, or it was raining, or you had to stand next to a really, really annoying guy. That happened to me a lot. I always remember that. But you know what? We do whatever we can to get the game. Am I right? Next, over at number 6, something that's dead is games that span multiple discs. Reaching a point in a game and having to get up, open the console, and put the next disc in. That stuff is long gone. It had a dying gasp.
I mean, it's gone, but I'm pretty sure it could come back. Like, the whole reason you had to do that was because there wasn't enough data on a disc to fit the full game. So you ended up with, like, Final Fantasy taking up like 1.5 GB, and CD-ROM only can support like, I don't know how much it can support, like 500 kilobytes or something like that. So megabytes, 680 megabytes. So a CD-ROM could only store 680 megabytes, and Final Fantasy was 7, I think, was something like, I have no idea, like 4 gigs.
With just game sizes being sold,
I'll say 4.
Install on your console.
It's like 2 to 4 gigs.
DVD towards the end of the Xbox 360 era, but there was a time where games wouldn't even span 2 discs; they'd span 3 or 4. Some RPGs back in the day were absolutely massive, and we miss actually that exciting little bit of insert the next disc, because you never know what's going to happen once you fire that disc up. Where are we going to go next? There was some sort of sense of wonder or adventure to even getting up and putting another disc in. I know it sounds stupid. Now you had to be there, but yeah, there was just something a little special about it, and although it's dead, we do miss it sometimes. Next, over at number 5, oh man, there was a different way back in the day to really get guides or cheats in video games. It was the simpler times. Small, busted websites like CheatCC, or guide websites like GameFAQs, where you'd scroll endlessly through a bunch of text, black text on white screen. Usually the people making the guide would recreate the logo using symbols and characters. It was really cool, but that was all we had, and a lot of times with the way computers worked, where it was like there was one computer in the home, you'd have to pause your game, get up, and walk over to the computer. Now, things are completely different. You get everything on your phone, you access things right on your console, or if you're a PC gamer, it's right in front of you. And while people still make guides on some of those websites, a lot of those websites still work. Most people just get their guides now from one of 1,000 different websites. We missed the earlier, humbler days of cheat websites, guide websites, but we can go even further back to when they didn't even exist. You had to either figure a game out for yourself completely, or hear it from a friend on the playground, or go to the store and buy a physical guide, an actual book. All that stuff now, dead and long gone. Next, over at number 4, fixed camera angles. We've seen this one pop up a lot in our comments and stuff. And a lot of people argue that they are dead, and they celebrate that they are dead.
So
people like the freedom of way more camera angles, the ability to see everything around you in a 3-dimensional space. Yes, sure, of course, but those fixed camera angles had a very specific purpose. If you were a survival horror player, you know specific games like Resident Evil. That was really part of the charm. And some games are kind of keeping that spirit alive. You know, some indie games, some games inspired by old school titles are just keeping those fixed camera angles, but you really don't see them anymore in big mainstream popular games. And most people are glad they're dead. We think they serve a certain purpose sometimes.
What's this
but
guy
even
doing?
Still, if we move separate from that, just better video game camera technology and better indicators. Do you remember in the earlier days of 3D games how many times you get hit by an enemy that you couldn't see that was directly off screen? Now games allow you to move the camera way more freely, or not even that, just give you really helpful little markers or sound cues on screen to where you know you're going to be attacked by somebody you can't see. Most recently, something like the newer God of War games. You know when an enemy behind you is going to attack you, so the game at least gives you a window. Still, camera angles back in the day used to be a nightmare, and we're glad some of the crappier ones are gone.
Are those zombies?
Now down to number 3. There was a time, and this time is long gone, but when games were broken, they were just broken forever. If you came across a weird glitch or a quirk in your game, well, bug fixes and patches didn't really exist for certain games, specifically home console games, so you had to put up with whatever was in that game. Of course, if you were a little bit craftier, a little bit more technical, there could sometimes be fixes or workarounds, but for the average young player, if there was a weird visual glitch or bug in your game, that was just how it was. On the other hand, the more cynical gamer can argue that games were just released in better states then. They were released more as a full finished product, and now things can be more easily fixed, so why not fly a little closer to the sun? Either way, however you want to look at it, it was a much simpler time where you would just turn on the game and it would be good to go. You wouldn't get stuck waiting for a new patch to download or anything like that. We probably sound like weird.
These are like turning a lever
by now at this point, but hey.
Those are pushing.
Now, down to number 2, we have to talk hardware costs and really availability, specifically around PC gaming. I mean, high-end PCs back in the day were really insanely priced compared to today's gaming rigs, and people will still say that the average gaming PC is still a little bit prohibitively expensive. But back in the earlier days, if you wanted a PC to play like very early World of Warcraft, or even going further back to something like Doom, things were not as accessible. A lot of PCs would run those games, but sometimes you needed extra stuff, or stuff would break. You'd need a new sound card, or a fan would shit out, or really anything. A lot of times parts were really expensive and not so readily available. You couldn't just run to any old store to grab them. You'd have to go to a specialized hardware or an electronics store and hope they had that exact thing, or maybe even go to almost like a small trade show. There was a place by me in Event Space that every couple of weekends they would hold
These are like
where manufacturers or companies would set up tables and sell electronic parts.
These
for
are
you
weapons.
there, and that's where you had to have to go get them. Not only that, but we also didn't have the resource of so many great websites like Newegg or PC Part Picker that could break down exactly what we needed. If you wanted to get way up in the guts of your PC back in the day, you had to be much smarter and way more versed with computer technology, because it wasn't something that you could just Google or fire up a YouTube video from your favorite neighborhood PC gamer tech guy. Now that stuff was far more complex. Things have gotten much better now, and we're grateful for that. Now over at number 1, something silly is installing PC games before Steam or the other modern storefronts that make it pretty easy. You basically click a button and then wait a while. Installers and launchers in the 90s and 2000s weren't that bad, to be honest. Most of the time it was fine, but when there was an error, and you'd be holding your breath hoping it doesn't happen. You'd be watching that bar hoping that something wouldn't happen that you'd have to really try and fix, because like we said in the previous point, resources and fixes weren't as available. It wasn't easy to get a refund if something just didn't work with your machine, and there was no support page or Steam forums to just hop on to see if other people were having the same issue. Things were often a little bit more obscure, and you just had to hope for the best. Hope your machine was good, hope the game was optimized the best, because if not, you were SOL.
There's a lot.
And you probably know what that stands for. So for as many things we complain about in the world of gaming today, as you can tell, things certainly have progressed.
That's crazy.
And we have developed truly as a species of gamers. Regardless, let's talk about this stuff down in the comments. If you have more examples for us for like a part 2 type video, video, we'd love to hear it. If you had fun with this video and like what we do, we just upload videos every day talking about games. Clicking the like button's all you gotta do to help us out. We would really appreciate that. And if you're new, consider subscribing because we put out videos every single day.
Ultimate
But as
Animation
always,
Set
just thanks for watching.
V2.
And we'll see you next time.
Oh! Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell's one of those 80s nerds, right? That cheated at a video game to earn a title or something. AI to 3D.
There have been a lot of updates in the AI space, especially regarding 3D and video technology, and today we're talking about 3 major projects. These projects are more than just productivity tools, and the creators and early adopters are going to make a ton of money because these tools can reach way more industries than you can imagine. These projects are some of the earliest to the show, and I wanted to share my research with you. AI is changing business every single day, and if there's anything that I've learned, it's that you really want an Etsy store challenge update video, which is coming, just be patient. But I've also learned that with any new technology, the early adopters are usually the ones that make the most amount of money. So without further ado, let's get right into the video. Now to me, this is one of the coolest projects from a company called Blockade Labs. And when you come to theblockade-labs.com, you can immediately start exploring some of the worlds that they've created. All you have to do is click and drag your mouse around. Now this project will come more full circle in a minute, but I just wanted to mention it now because of how easy it is to use. But instead of explaining what this is, let me just show you what it does. So I'll just click on Conjure Your World, and they've got a few art styles that I can choose from. So I just have to put a prompt into the prompt section. So I'm gonna start with a frozen waterfall. I accidentally typed froze waterfall, but that's okay. And just hit generate.
Okay, let me try that. All right, forest. Can I do? No, it's gotta be. Yeah, whatever. What's the word for? Oh. Vegetation? Did I spell that right? Yeah. And I want this to be, ooh, enemy.
Right, and after a few seconds, it loads a completely unique world. We'll just let it generate, and as we can look around, you can see we get a, not exactly what we prompted, but a very beautiful 360-degree view image based on our prompt. Now we can actually click this little drop down and select one of a bunch of different styles. So maybe let's try a surreal style, change it to frozen waterfall, and generate a new one. Now from here, you can see it's a completely different vibe from the last image, partly because we modified the prompt, but also we gave it a new use styling. So let's try a mushroom landscape with burning planets in the distance. And then let's do a different style. Let's do the fantasy landscape and give this a second to generate as well. And here you go. So we can see a beautiful, and honestly, very beautiful mushroom landscape with some planets in the distance, kind of a sci-fi vibe. Now, as of right now, this is only a 360-degree image, and it's not actually a 3D world, meaning your character can't walk along the paths or do anything like that. It can't interact with the environment. Now, what's going to be really cool is when we're able to take something like one of these scenes and actually transform it into a 3D world that a character could explore. Think about what this could do if you're creating things like video games or applications for the metaverse. When we're able to combine these blockade renders with something like virtual reality, video gaming, or even just video entertainment, knowing what it is and how to use it is going to give those of us who are staying ahead of the curve a significant edge when this technology is officially released. Now, implementing these kind of 360 worlds into any kind of usable media isn't here yet. This is completely just a proof of concept. It still could be a couple years out, but even considering how programs like ChatGPT have grown in just 5 months since its release, hopefully you can see where applications like this are going too. Now, this next project is from a company called Spline. Now, they've been around for a while, and that's okay because you don't have to know everything about Spline. All you have to know is that you can use it to build 3D shapes, animate 3D objects, and add physics to those 3D objects. They've got a lot of examples and different projects that people have built. For example, this kid's playground. If I just click on it and wait for it to load, I can click the play button, and using the keys on a keyboard, I can kind of drive this ball around and interact with a lot of the other 3D objects. I can knock over blocks, I can get pushed around by blocks, and I can go through tunnels and different things like that. Now, they also have some other examples, like this truck that I can drive. I can drive it around and knock over a bunch of the trees. I knocked over the tent. And then they've got a different example showing off some logic where if you get close to the doors will automatically open for this bunny. And he also does a little bit of a backflip when you make him jump. So people have used this to build games, make product mock-ups, and all kinds of 3D projects. Now, these are all really cool, but you do still have to have somewhat of a 3D design skill. You have to know how to bring your ideas to life using their 3D tools, which are very simple to use. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a learning curve. Now, that's where Spline AI comes into play. They're introducing the Spline AI, which will allow you to create similar scenes to what we just saw in the demo, just by using text prompts. In their promotional video, you can see that they ask it to make 20 random cubes and spheres in the X and Z plane. So it generates that for them, and then it makes all of them meshes and makes them smaller. And then it moves the meshes up. Then they tell it to rotate all of the meshes randomly, and meshes are just 3D objects. And then it adds physics to all of them, and then it makes a plane on the bottom and it drops them, and you can see how they interact with that plane that they fell on.
Wow.
Now, it tells them to make a star, make the corners round, and add a bevel to it. So this can be very practical if you don't know at all what you're doing. Instead of trying to mess with all of the tools, you can just use text to convert your idea into shapes and objects. On this next example, they ask for a car next to a tree. Again, they go over this so fast, but they build this car and tree scene, and then they add physics to the car to actually be able to drive the car around. They really highlight this color palette changing ability where you'll just select everything and change all of the color palettes. And here, I thought this one was really cool as well. They delete all of the color, and then they add just a specific area light, like a purple area light, to their text. So that's just another cool feature. Now, on the announcement page, they show a few more examples. For example, they prompt it with create a grid of 8 cubes, and it pops up 8 little cubes on the right hand side. So you can see it kind of working in action. And they show the edit ability, randomize the cubes. So this kind of just randomizes the location and orientation and size of the cubes. And then they add physics to the scene, and all of the cubes just drop to the bottom. And then finally, stylize your creation with AI textures. And so they're using a text prompt to just create or add a different texture to their objects. So they show a few fire, grass, water, concrete, brick, all different kinds of textures using AI. And if you've ever tried to do something like that before, you'll know what an absolute headache it is to try to add textures or anything like that.
Dude, making textures is a pain in the ass. That shit's not easy.
The AI side of their software is brand new, and so I'm just thinking about what happens when it reaches its Midjourney version 5 stage and it's creating super high quality 3D objects from a simple prompt. Now for a little comparison, I generated this red car in the first version of Midjourney, which came out just over 9 months ago, and it barely resembles a red car. However, when I ran the same prompt with Midjourney version 5, you can see that the results are at least slightly better. So just after 9 months, they were able to improve from this red car to this one. So a very decent improvement. Now, the reason that we're talking so much about AI and 3D technology is because of how many industries it affects. Besides the obvious industries like architecture, TV and entertainment, the automotive industry, e-commerce, and then running simulations, it can actually affect other industries like video game creation. Since I mostly do e-commerce, this could actually result in a fair amount of changes. For example, doing a 3D augmented reality for people to try on clothes before they buy it, or augmented reality for furniture to make sure that it will fit in your room. Amazon's already been doing this quite a bit. Marketing and advertising is also going to change quite a bit, and I'll show you an example of this later in the video. The project we just looked at called Spline isn't there quite yet, and so that's why we have to talk about the next AI project called Luma Labs. First, let me just show you an example of some of the stuff that they're doing. Now at first, this kind of just looks like a cool fast video zooming around this red moped, but don't be fooled. This isn't an actual red moped. This is actually just a 3D object. As you can see from his prompt, he scanned and animated this completely on his iPhone. Now I'll get into the technicals in a second, but here's another video where they're kind of zooming around this little park area, and it kind of looks like FPV drone footage if you've ever seen any of that. But what's cool is both of these have been 3D scenes. There's another one of a guy playing pool, kind of has this cool zoom in effect, then it pans around him, it goes down and through his arm, which is just a pretty cool style, I guess. It zooms around him and it hits the dartboard. So it's doing all of this camera motion just from a single 3D set. So here's an actual McDonald's ad that they ran, and it's kind of going around this little McDonald's playset. It goes through the guy's arm, and then it goes through the McDonald's Happy Meal box up onto the other side where it's a real video. So it kind of goes from a 3D set into a real video, and that's how they create the ad. And honestly, a very cool effect. So what those videos are is just a 3D environment or 3D objects, and then they're using a software from Luma to keyframe a virtual camera around those objects. So the first way that you can get these type of scans is by downloading the app, and you can use the Capture Anywhere to just make a simple scan with your iPhone. Then you can keyframe your virtual camera and it can spin around your object like this picnic table or this castle that you see. So some of the community submissions are this park cube, which somebody scanned and thought it looked cool, and it turns it into a 3D object. Another example from Luma themselves is this simple chair. So they just took some photos of it or a scan with their iPhone, and they uploaded it, and now it's a 3D object. They've also got a text to 3D option for people who are out of the waitlist and joined the beta. So you can type in a prompt like you see here, and then you'll get a rough 3D object based on the prompt. But probably the coolest way to get these 3D objects is by using their video or image to 3D API. So if we look at some of their examples, for this first example, they've just taken 3 photos of a Lego set and it converts it into a 3D object. Here's another example of a chair. So they just uploaded these 3 photos of the chair, used the Luma API, and it converts it into a 3D object of that exact chair. They do it with another chair, so that's the chair that we just looked at. And then they even do it with this type of neighborhood. So they upload 3 photos and it's able to pretty accurately recreate a 3D version of the whole neighborhood, which is pretty insane. And for only $1 per scene, that's really not bad at all. Some of their ideas for how to use this are for game art. Obviously, you can create 3D characters and import them into a video game, or e-commerce and AR. So they kind of mentioned the same idea. Get lifelike 3D models in unmatched quality for your website and AR experience in minutes for your entire inventory. So obviously a pretty good selling point. It gets even crazier than that, because
that's
on
actually
Luma's
awesome.
main page, they have a feature video from the Corridor crew on YouTube. You should definitely go check them out. Their video is dope. They just have a video going over a bunch of different experiments with this new technology. A couple of the ones I wanted to highlight.
I wanted to watch that. What is this?
Autograph. You can just tweet, would like to have Soda Poppins autograph. You can just tweet me.
5,000
Yeah,
pounds.
it's kind of good.
There it is. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know, you're wet.
I'm gonna ask you.
That bench press 5,000
Yeah,
pounds.
it's kind of good.
There it is. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know, you're wet.
I'm gonna ask you.
It was so awkward and subtle. What the fuck?
And it's back. And it's back.
Would like to have soda. Kind of good.
There it is. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know, you're wet.
I'm gonna ask.
Cause she was okay, I get it. She was like feeling his muscles, and he's just being silly. He's like, "Oh, you're wet now, cause I'm so strong. I know, I can smell it." What the fuck?
Kind of good.
There it is. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know, you're wet.
I'm gonna ask you.
And it's
Top cringe, A+ cringe, B+ cringe. So he's rating cringe. Where does he put it? Where does he put it? I want to know.
It's back.
Is he gonna put it in cool clips?
Would like to have Soda Poppins autograph. You can just tweet me.
40 people in the park, they looking around trying to check me out. But not one of the 40 people is coming over to put a snack in my mouth. Yeah, 40 people trying to see what's going on while I embarrass myself on stream. But if any of you had a little snack, maybe like candy, I would have the cream. Wait, that's inappropriate, the kids in here. What did I say? I was drinking beer. Had to have a little bit of so much weight on my mind that I really live in fear.
What?
Hey, Simply!
Yo.
Wanna help tape me?
I think that's gonna work.
Yeah, let's see it.
Oh, Jesus!
What is going on?
This morning to make me look bad on his stream when I never said I would go on his stream, but he calls me 5 minutes before he wants me to be there. Be like, you said you were coming when I never said
how'd that make you feel?
I was pissed.
Why is she taped to the wall?
Push the little shit car out on the road. No. No. Look.
Oh god. Okay.
No. No, absolutely not. No.
Fucking retard.
What? Fucking.
What do you think about the USA-Mexico trade relations?
Good.
Got one kill. Wait. Got him again. Now, third dimension, third dimension, third dimension. Triple kill! Boom! 3 kills, pussy! Get killed fucking 3 times. I'm reloading. Where is he? There he is. Got him.
What is going on right now?
Okay, this song does not match what's happening right now. Got one kill. Wait. Got him again. Now, third dimension, third dimension, third dimension. Triple kill, boom, 3 kills, pussy. Get killed fucking 3 times. I'm reloading. Where's he? There he is. Got him.
Yo, what is the fucking happening, bro? What is this?
Okay, the song does not match what's happening.
Holy shit, that is a trip. That is hurting my brain. Is that a mod?
Happening right now. Got 1 kill. Wait. Got 1 kill.
That is so cool.
Where you see someone this time random nonsense, probably an emote. Oh my god. This whole time they've been emotes. I thought you guys were talking in code. Download. I'll do some research. Nodders is an emote. I thought Nodders was just you saying Nodders. I thought that was like a Twitch joke, like Pog. That's exactly what I was thinking. I thought it was a Twitch thing.
It is a Twitch thing. It is, but it's also an emote. Bro, she's not even she don't even know the culture. She's just like, yep.
Thank you.
The card requested failed restricted.
It declined?
Yeah.
Damn. Yo, turn the camera away. Alright, how about this?
Dude, it's so bad. I'm telling you, man. Sitting there telling you, like, it needs to be TOS. Literally, if streamers are out there saying that they love you and they love that shit, like specifically, like, oh, dude, thank you, man, I love you so much. That should be fucking bannable, bro. Facts.
Why? Oh, it's bad if they say that on their streams. Why, bro? Why is Why should it be bannable? I don't understand.
It's encouraging some weird, unhealthy parasocial relationships between Twitch haters and their streamers. Instead of it going out and getting proper relationships, they're in this weird shit.
Oh, I get it. Because some people don't understand that they don't actually love them. Oh, that is sad. I can't love a name, bro. I can't just not love an invisible person on the screen. If someone says they love you and they've never seen your face, they only have your name to go by, that you should have enough common sense to understand that they probably don't actually love you. They love the idea of you, but that's it. Just like maybe they love what you did for them, but they don't love you. They love the thing that you did, not. There's a distinction there.
Breathe the heavy. I want to be.
Stop. Just stop it.
The zone, but Jira dumps it back in now with 10 seconds left. He scored at 0 in game 5 to put K-Corp in this ball. Oh,
Guys, does that say anything weird in Spanish? I hope it doesn't. I kind of like the shirt. What do you guys think? Does it say anything weird?
La muerte es la única salida. It says the death is the only escape. The death is the only escape.
Let me do Google Translate. Oh no.
Death is the only way out. Okay. I mean, the literal translation would be Yeah, I mean, that's a good interpretation of it, but la is the, muerte is death, es is, la, again, the, única, only, salida, escape.
Let me do Google Translate.
But that I think that the other one is a little bit more it makes more sense in English. Death is the only way out. It like grammatically speaking, it doesn't make sense to say the death. The death.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, never mind. If you don't know what that means, I'll do Chinese. It's traditional. But in case you don't know, okay, never mind. Yeah. Guys, does that say anything?
I'm pretty sure that's that's a.
It's fine.
That's a no.
When was the last time you got a win?
It's hard to hear you.
That's fine.
I want to take comedian, but then I know how to make something invisible.
Is this guy wearing a green morph suit so he's just a floating head? Not even a head, literal face, just a fucking disembodied face. Neat.
I said it's Easter. I said it's Easter. I said it's Easter.
Oh, it's this guy.
I said it's Easter. I said pop that pussy bitch. Easter. I said it's Easter. I said it's Easter. You better pop that pussy, yo, it's Easter. I said it's Easter. You better get the Easter egg and pop the damn pussy, yo, it's Easter. I said it's Easter. I said it's Easter. You better pop that damn pussy, yo, it's Easter.
What the hell, bro? Why is he always saying some weird ass shit? Pop that pussy out, it's Easter.
I'm so curious right now.
He said, pop that pussy, bitch, it's Easter.
Your name is so similar to me. This is an actual streamer, chat. It's an actual streamer.
Yes. Yes, that's an actual streamer.
Is this a coincidence? Or did you?
I don't know, man. Get it. Wait, Alinity? Alinity meets Alunity.
I'm so curious right now.
I didn't even see that.
It's an actual.
49.5 49.5 thousand followers, dude.
Is this a coincidence? Or did you name yourself after me?
There should be another streamer that names themselves Alenity. Alenity.
You got a little inspired. Aw, that's cute. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's
There should just be a bunch of streamers that that start streaming under different variations of Alinity.
That's really cool. Thank you so much for the raid.
Like Alenity, Alenity. Alenity.
I appreciate it. I hope you're doing great. Chat, I inspire people.
No, you don't. Shut up.
And I take it to you, but you know what you're toxic. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Standing a foul,
Oh, okay. So shit. she can't play the songs because she'll get copyrighted. So she has to like perform it so you know what they're talking about, right? Right? Right. Okay, that's what's going on. That's silly.
Ready?
Was that on Twitch? No, I don't have a Twitch.
But he knows about Twitch. That's cool. I don't have a Twitch, but I know about Twitch. I watch Twitch offline. You don't need to have a Twitch to watch on Twitch. I mean, you could just be on Twitch. XQC thinks that people with inheritable disabilities shouldn't be allowed to reproduce.
Infinite problem?
People with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce.
Yo, listen. I'm sorry, man. Listen.
I mean, it's just his opinion, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that anyone's actually gonna do that. He could. What if XQC has an inheritable disease? I mean, I feel like whatever it is that makes him like incomprehensible it can be inherited.
Dude. What? How is that 07, man? Stop it, chat. Stop it. Guys, it's a slightly agree to the...
I feel like XQC has ADHD, and ADHD, I think is... Damn it, not disability. Fucking, So ADHD tends to run in families, and in most cases, it's through the genes you inherit from your parents or a significant factor in developing the condition. Research shows that parents and siblings of someone with ADHD are more likely to have ADHD themselves. So I think, I may be wrong, but XQC strikes me as someone that would have ADHD.
Very, very serious cases that nobody can do anything. It's GG.
Right. So, you know, I don't know, man. XQC probably shouldn't be allowed to reproduce. You heard it from him.
It's not fair for anybody, man. Anyway, the most important thing for children is to learn to accept discipline. The most important thing.
He said disagree. The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline. And he's like, nah. I want to take that now. Just, what is that? Where's that from?
Guys, tell me, John, what is it? Guys, I don't, guys. Oh, so okay, so the site isn't questioning me. It's talking like I'm the one talking.
Yeah, that's the whole point, right? Because he's supposed to say, it's like, if he agrees, strongly agrees, disagrees, or strongly disagree. So you have to be reading it as if you're the one saying it, and you know.
So, okay, but even then, If I said our race, I'm talking about the human race. So I strongly agree.
Oh, you see, whatever causes XUC to be this dumb, that retarded, I think he needs to get evaluated for whatever the fuck is wrong with him.
Miro seu nombre. Quatro.
Dude, I hate this. Stop taping yourself to walls.
Wait, you're unascended. The fuck?
Like, it's very easy for you to get laid in China as a foreigner. Get laid. Get your dick sucked. It's easy to get bitches if you are a foreigner. Like, I don't want to say this, but it's truth. Because a lot of girls are curious about erotic culture, like a different culture from them. So if you're from a different culture from them, they will be curious about you. How do you know? Because
because she's easy. All right, I'm gonna take a trip to Bing Chiling.
Hey, Scab, let me cook. Let me cook.
Tuta. Dentro.
Let me cook.
One on suka.
Hey, Scab, let me.
Korean Tarkov gal tries to use "Let Me Cook." I don't think she used it right there. I don't think she used it properly. Hold up. Let him cook. Let him cook, also known as "Let That Boy Cook," is a slang term and catchphrase used as a call out to give someone the space to plot, strategize, or hone their craft. A common use of the term is to refer to someone's riz or game when it comes to flirting, with "let him cook" being a common response to a questionable horny post. Okay, so maybe she did use it right. Not bad, not bad, not bad. But why does it say tries? And why is it on fails? Because that was a W.
Such a fight. Yo, listen, policy, he just, a lot of people just love the attention. They crave it. What I realized is, like, some retard, right? I believe his name was like Lake. He came in, he's like, noticed that the Twitch community started becoming all less toxic when Oda left. Lol. He didn't even say my name. He was too pussy to say my name. He said, notice the Twitch RuneScape section.
Why does he do that face? Get out of here. Shut up. I don't know who you are.
Lunch ありますか？
握ってきた。おにぎり。私が作った。
No.
食べて。
本当に何が欲しいものありますか？欲しいもの。
What the hell?
Just relax. I am relaxed.
Are you guys using my good brushes? Or
No.
Okay, let me see. Austin, this is eyeshadow! This is for eyeshadow!
What?
You fool!
What?
You fool! This is what I use.
I told him we needed a bigger brush! I told him we needed a bigger brush!
This is for my light eyeshadow base.
I told you we needed a bigger brush! What did I say?
He said that Renfield is in theaters April 14th.
I
have.
What is wrong with these people?
He asked if I read, and I don't know if I should lie to him or tell him the truth.
Well, he has books, so say yeah.
That was so fucking... I don't even know what that was. That was like watching two grown adults acting like kids.
Yeah.
He just mansplains.
You need to look in his room to manipulate him. He literally has a book. Just say it.
He asked if I read, and I don't know if I should lie to him or tell him the truth.
Images of the fans who are, of course, walking out happy. A lot of C9 fans happy because all of those wins.
You found the
the one fan
happier.
I'm not making. This is not a stalker board. I swear, this is not a stalker board. It's just my subbies.
Oh. Oh no. This poor guy.
Man who edits videos at small salary, edit videos for a multi-millionaire socialist while sucking his balls on social media, looking for in-it approval. Wow, we clap. Wow.
I love that every time he gets owned by Oxenox, he's got nothing against them. So he has to just like turn it against me for some fucking reason.
What? Who's Oxenox?
And just like replay the same memes over and over again. Even though pretty much every content creator that has worked with Oxenox at any capacity at a certain point has been like, Hassan pays him so much fucking money that we can't even hire him.
Oh! Whose house is this? Is this Hassan's house? Oh, thank you. Knock knock. Hassan, I'm here.
What?
What's your main language?
German.
German. Can you say something in German for me? I'm ignorant.
I don't want you to get banned. Every German word sounds so brutal, so aggressive.
Give me the most brutal, non-racist German word.
Well, my favorite slur in German is probably.
What? No, don't say a fucking slur.
Oh, sorry.
Dude, goddamn! Come on, use your come on.
Also, I don't know who needs to hear this, and I'm probably about to make a lot of people mad, but the new Willy Wonka is better than the old one.
No! I'm just kidding, I don't care.
Another PP from Kosan. He just has the lead. He has the ping figured out now. He can't miss.
Can't miss. The Transvestor as well is just putting up numbers against this team.
Oh my gosh. I can't. I like.
Men who played Minecraft for 8 hours yesterday in front of 6,000 viewers has evidence about brain running content.
Man who played Minecraft for 8 hours yesterday in front of 60,000 people has strong opinions on brain rotting content. Oh, I actually saw this tweet.
Wow. Man who edits videos at small salary.
He played Minecraft for 8 hours? For 8 hours? Oh my god!
Edit videos for a multi-millionaire socialist.
8 hours!
While sucking his balls on social media, looking for internet approval. Wow,
But 8 hours?
Wow!
I'm just kidding. I don't care. Play Minecraft for 16 hours.
Let me win, bro. What's your account name?
You really want to know that?
Let me know your account name.
Hope you roll 999.
This guy name is Hope You Rope 999. Fucking hell, man. That's some US shit. Good God. Oh, golly, man. Fucking hell, you US guy. Let me.
Virtual goes ice bathing. Knut.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, friendship not over.
What is that face, bro? What is that face? Dr. Disrespect, bro.
You know.
Melena is saving.
No, stop. Get out of here.
Coming now, a few songs from an artist you used to keep on repeat, but not so much these days. It's Britney Spears.
Wait, yo. What? Well, that's not true. Oh, okay. Well, that's just not true.
A few songs from an artist you used to keep on repeat, but not so much these days. It's Britney Spears.
Wait, yo.
Coming now, a few songs from an artist you used to keep on repeat, but not so much these days. It's Britney Spears.
Wait.
There's a Spotify DJ now?
Wait, yo. Well, that's not true. Oh, okay. Well, that's just not true.
Does he really? Now I want to know.
That is just genuinely just not true, by the way.
I don't believe you. AI DJ tells no lies.
ASMR snoring? I got you. You shut up.
No! Leave the dog alone! Poor doggo. No. No. That's cruel. No, I don't want to watch that.
Wow. Oh my god.
Yeah.
No.
Not today.
I fucked my cat, and while I was doing it, I was watching your stream and jerked off to your feet.
He did what?
Huh?
Hello?
Not today.
I fucked my cat, and while I was doing it, I was.
No. That's awful. I believe he actually did it too. Sep, go destroy him. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
People don't get this. Again, you look at the fucking Twitter replies, and everybody's
That's disgusting, bro. Just get a fucking fleshlight.
talking about all the bullshit, right? All the fucking OF shit, right? OnlyFans shit.
Thanks for the content.
They don't get. Nobody gets.
Well, Mr.
Nobody
Crown
understands it. Sorry, I'm sorry, man. I never went at OnlyFans creators. Did I ever say shit about anyone? I said nothing against them. I was talking about the people who buy it. People who make it is one thing. People who buy it is one thing. And they're all out there grouping up and defending the ones who buy them. Why? Because it's their fucking it's the bag. It's the revenue. It's their fucking income. But like, dude, why do I even have to state this? It has nothing to do with them. People who buy it. Bro, who cares if I'm targeting their income?
I don't know, man. I think you just need to make a apology video and start crying. That'll do it. Everyone will see that you're sorry and then be like, oh, okay, yeah,
Okay,
excuse
I'll
me, it's fine.
Oh, no, it's you, Rick.
Canaan. And now let thy servants dwell. Dad!
She looks like a. Why she look like that? She looks like a bird, bro. She literally looks like a bird. What? Ah! I hate this!
No, I mean, this guy seems pretty grounded. I don't know what issue he could possibly have. See, he didn't even get mad. This game's not even realistic. You kidding me? You're telling me this...
for fuck's sake!
I take that back.
It won't happen again.
No, I mean, this guy seems pretty grounded. I don't know what issue he could possibly have. See,
he knew that was gonna happen. He knew exactly. He knew that was gonna happen. That's why he did it.
he didn't even get mad. This game's not even realistic. You kidding me? You're telling me this...
We proved he wasn't in Texas. We didn't say he wasn't in Texas. We proved he wasn't in Texas. We got the streaming logs. Okay, you can match that up with our flight logs. All right. So if I'm Giga Chat lawyer, I'm like, so you listed that you got married on or about August 20.
when I was just like first like learning, I was like, okay, this is how to play Among Us.
She did what?
I had notes it. And remember the drama, the Among Us notepad drama?
Cheater. XQC says that even though LSF is full of women haters, yet he's surprised that on his OnlyFans take comments, the Coomers are overwhelming the woman haters.
The man's surprised that out of all places, where genuinely, I mean, I don't know if anybody about that. I think LSF has a lot of actual, like, woman haters. Please don't. That the Coomers are overwhelming the woman haters in comments. I'm not surprised. I'm just gonna say it. I don't think that I'm pleased by it or displeased. I have no opinion about it. Really, I'm surprised at the fact that Coomers are overwhelming them.
We need a word for women haters. Women haters is just not. Oh, what about what about whoa? I don't know. It's gotta, dude. So women haters, misogynist? Misogynist? Like that? Misogynists? Oh, dude. Let's see. Okay. Moomer.
That's all. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Every time I'm acting non-black, I look at chat and someone goes, "Bruce was right." Is that ever gonna leave? Is that gonna be just perpetuated forever? Like, holy shit, dude.
When are you moving to kick?
What's up, dude?
What the fuck happened to you?
I was starving to death. This guy came in, ran in, hit me with a pickaxe. Then I punched him out and killed him with his own pickaxe. And now I'm gonna die because I'm starving.
What the fuck?
There's a guy.
Oh. Huh.
That was funny.
and this is the docket entry by her, and they had a hearing on 329. And y'all was like, yo, X streaming. He supposed to have a hearing. Why is XQC so fucking down, man?
Yep, I just responded.
I'm coming. Let me please.
Do you pray every day?
I try my best to, yeah.
Are you?
I think I'm all cut up then. He what now?
She was a real girl. So at least, what's up?
She was older though. What's your age? What's your age?
I mean, I've gotten gummy from a 6-year-old. So yeah, sad.
Oh my god.
뭐 하세요? What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Timo.
What was he looking for?
What?
What the fuck, dude?
Hey everyone, Rachel here. It's been a while, hasn't it? I haven't made a video, you know? This is it.
Did he really do that? Bro, what? What? Why? Alright, so here's how you would do this. First of all, you want to make a you want to turn this into an array or a dictionary, however you want to go about it. So you want to have all your pieces. You only need one pawn, so that's good. And you only need one of each of these. So you need the rook, the knight, the bishop, the king, the queen, and one pawn from each side. Make a... Here, maybe I can program this in real quick. And let me get a... Unicode. Okay, so I like this board. Okay, so new file. Let's make it Jupyter so I can run it in here. So then you're gonna need white equals. You're gonna have your rook. Shit. Bishop. It's actually knight. Rook, knight, bishop, king, queen, right? Rook, knight, bishop, king, and queen. And then you're gonna have the pawn. So I'm gonna put the pawn at the top. Then you're gonna have this black, and just paste that in also. And then you're gonna take your white king, put it in the king spot, the queen in the queen spot, the rook in the rook spot, bishop, you get it, right? And the pawn. Repeat for the black. So king, queen, rook, bishop, okay. So we're gonna make, now we need to get a grid, right? So grid equals an array of zeros, and we're gonna do 0 for, and then there's gonna be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. This is gonna be the I need to make sure that this is print. Why doesn't my Python ever work? Dude, what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, I have Python. What the fuck? Ah! My what? Wait, what? Wait, the fuck? Dude, why the fuck is this shit not working? Dude, I'm so mad. I don't understand. Why the fuck? I just want to do Python. Detect my kernels, damn it. Dude, what the Alright. There it is. Okay. Okay. So, that aside, I'm pretty sure that works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. Okay. Okay. So now I need to make an array of these for each row in this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and also 8. It's 8 by 8, right? Okay. Okay. So. right? Okay. So now I have an array of arrays, and they all have 0. So now no, for, and we'll name this grids. For grid in grids, or for row in grid, the row is gonna be one of these, right? We're gonna do on the first row, if row is equal to 0. No. If row is equal to grid 0, we're going to put a white rook in so row, oops, row 0 equals white rook. Row -1 equals white rook. So now if I let me see if that takes effect. Yep. So now you got a rook and a rook on both sides. And let's just go ahead and row 1 equals bishop? No, knight. So white, knight. And then row -2 equals white knight. So rook, knight, bishop. Bishop, and what comes next? So queen. Okay, so now if we print this, you got your rook, your knight, your bishop, your queen, king, bishop, knight, and rook. So now if we do if row is equal to grid -1, I'm going to repeat this same thing and replace white with black. And now we're going to print grid 0 and grid -1. So we have the rook, and we have the blacks. So queen, queen, king, king, bishop, bishop, etc., etc. Okay. So those are the main ones done, and if we just print grid, you'll be able to see that it replaced all of them for some reason. Wait, what? That shouldn't have happened unless... Yeah. Wait, is it... Oh, okay, okay, I get it. So it's a... No, I don't. Oh, okay, 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 okay. I get it now. Okay, so it's saying if it's equal to grid 1, -1, which -1 is all the way over here. It has to go through all of them, and okay, so then it should be fine if we just go all the way through. If row is equal to grid 1, because the current row is going to be an array of 8 zeros, and all of these are equal to each other. Let's try the is statement then. I just want to see if I can get it to... Yeah, okay. So the is statement is the way to go here, not is equal to. we're gonna do the same thing here. Like that. And then since I don't, if row is grid 2. Okay. So this is it goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. H to 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At this point, all I need to do is find a way to display this on an actual screen and not just text. So instead of just being arrays like this, I would need an actual let me just do what's it called? A board. So I need to set up a board, and then I need a label. I would need to make a label. I just want to make sure that it's actually taking effect. Okay. And then you'd need the rules too. So then you would have to make a function define pawn. And it takes a position. Positional argument. So the position is going to be stored in I'm trying to think right now. I'm trying to think if it'd be easier to leave it as an array or to turn it into an also a dictionary that uses their names as the key, and the value would have its position. Or it could take a grid and it can store a new dictionary so it'll have for row and grid. For row and grid, it's gonna do for row and grid. It's gonna store the positions in a new dictionary. No. Did I spell pieces right? A8 is up here. These would all be 8. I had to think about this for a second. Pawn. Oh, these are pawns. Why am I doing... One. But I think I feel like I'm spelling that wrong. No, that's the right way to spell it. Damn, dude, it seems wrong. Okay, so set up pawn. Okay, so piece. So this is 7. Um. Mm. This is gonna be ASCII. For I in for ASCII lowercase I for I in lowercase 7. Oh no, wait. This should just be I then. I'll change that to letter. Let me make sure this works. A0 C G H Um. Oh no, it can't be plus, so I have to actually do. I need to turn this into an F string like that. So A7, B7, C7, D7, E7, H7. Okay. So you know what? I think I could probably, now that I'm thinking about it, I can actually probably turn this into a function called board. And then just give it the position. And then just say so since there's always going to be A through H, I can then this can be I, and then I can do I. And then if I just do return board positions, then I should be able to just print this out. No, not pawn. A0. Oh. A8, B8, C8, D8, etc. So now I have the board positions. And I can just tell positions is equal to board positions. So I can just call pawn grid, and I'll have all of my positions. So and this actually kind of works out because black is supposed to be on the top anyways, and I had it inversed, so it all works out for the better. -1 will be all of the 8s. And then I can go in for positions. So for position in positions, I made that a string. For Y. Does it need to be a string? Is there is there a Unicode for the squares? Or is it just these? Chessboard. But how do I copy it? I wanted to copy it. Anyways. It can just be a 0. Oh no, wait, I can just make it an empty string. It doesn't even have to be. Yeah. That's better. I prefer that. Ooh, okay. For position and positions, print position, if position is positions zero, then we're gonna do grid. Initialize positions. It's going to take a grid. We're no longer going to print this. I'm trying to think because I'm gonna have to do this if statement for each. So is there a way I can just loop? Since grid is already in here, I don't need to. I don't need to take another grid, but I do need ID or index variable. So grid is index for piece and row. Print piece. Okay, so if I just do get row 1. Okay, it works. It works exactly the same way. But now I can just put in whatever, instead of having to repeat this loop, I can just put in whatever item I'm looking for here. So it takes an index. Position is positions 1. Zero. Alright, what just happened? Oh, okay, because it's repeating over and over again. I don't want it to do... I don't want it to do that. Um, okay. So let me see here. Let me see here. So data equals positions index for piece in row. We want to stick the piece into data. So data there's got to be an easy way to do this that I don't know. Oh, I know. It's data I believe it's data dot items. No. Data dot values. It's read only. No, that's not gonna work. It needs to be position equals. Row. Not index. That's the only way I can think of doing it. Hmm? Oh, okay. I see now. Position equals row, iterator. Uh, mm, There it is. That's where it was. That's how it was. Okay, so print data. Now it works. Now it works as intended. Okay, so I was just doing it wrong. Alright, so I don't need to. In that case, I can just loop for position. We can do another iterator here. Iterator. All right. And they ended up being zeros anyways. That's funny. Okay. Okay. And just like that, we have our chess. That's it right there. That's all. So you got A1, rook, B1, knight, A1, rook, B1, knight, C1, bishop, D1, queen, E1, king, bishop, etc., etc. I'm still trying to figure out how is it a zero. It's supposed to set the key equal to the row. I mean, I guess that works, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, whatever. So initialize positions, grid, setup, initialize positions. I mean, it's just one thing. I don't need it to be a whole function, so I could just... Alright. Mm. Okay, that's why. That's why it was doing zeros. That makes sense. Because grid by default had zeros. So then I don't need to specify row as being a string, which kind of bothered me a little. And then I can also do maybe underscore. I'm wondering why. Double underscore. It's a little closer. Oh, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. No, it's still off. Fuck. There's just no winning with this. Whatever, empty string it is. What was I gonna do here? I need a grid. There's some easy to use libraries for making grids. Hmm. It works the same way. I'll just do that. Whatever. Because at the end of the day, it's still an array of dictionaries. And the setup. Must make this all nested somehow. Oh, what? It didn't work. Yeah, bro, it's great. Oh, I see. There. Nested. This can be nested inside of a function. Inside a function. This is gonna so much nesting. So inside of setup, it's gonna go. And then just to take it a step further, I'm not even gonna import it until it gets needed over here. And let's see. So at this point, you can just do grid dot, no, it's row dot items. It's a key value pair, so it'll have the key and the value items, and you could do comma value. So the position is just A1, and then the value would be the value. So row and items, key and value. But position is more accurate because it will be the position. So like A1, A2, whatever. And then the value makes sense because it's the value. So if value is 32. At this point, you could just start typing in all the game logic, and then do while checkmate. So while not checkmate, what is it? Input. Move equals So this now you would now's the time to So while not checkmate, it's gonna ask for input, make a move. Okay, so black is equal to false, white is equal to true because white goes first. If we gotta program the logic for the pieces. Rook, knight. So okay. So in this grid, these all take a grid. Michael. if value and that'll change maybe I should wait on copying and pasting all these. So that way I can see if there's a way that I can just simplify it further. But for now, for row in grid, for position, value in row, the items. If value is not equal to okay, I actually do need I need these to be outside of these the initialize function. So that way I can call it over here. Wait a minute. No. Shit. No, it can't be so it has to be white or black. So if it's a white pawn, then it's gonna do something, and if it's a black pawn, then it has to do something else. So because the white pawn can go up but it can't go back down, and if it's a white pawn, then it can go up or down, but it can't go back up. So it doesn't matter what color it is. So if it's a white pawn, I'm trying to see, do I need... No, I don't think I need to be specific about the value not being empty string, because the value is white pawn, It doesn't matter where it is on the board. This is just the rules for how it can move. So if the value is white pawn, we're going to check the position. So if position is equal to if position is equal to 2, damn, A2. Maybe this is a case. Case Postion? Position Postion. Oh shit. Okay. I really need to get rid of whatever is making all that bloat. Is it this? It's this. That's. And actually, I think I don't need this anymore. This can wait. I just want to test the pawn thing. So print initial position, case A2. Oh, this is gonna be where it gets weird because I really don't want to. I don't want to have to iterate over each position. There's got to be an easier way to do this. Case A2, match position. Damn, I can't think of any other way to write this other than this right here. And I really don't want to have to do this for each. A7. I mean, it works, right? I guess it works. I need to look at the rules for match. Python. Oh, there's no way to Another thing about it, I should if it all worked out, yeah, I should wait a minute. ABCD, yeah. I should be able to just have it print the position. I don't know why I did the yeah. Okay. So the only exception is that the only cases that I care about is if it's on any of these. Otherwise, if it's on any other number or anything else, then we're gonna do something else. It can only move since it's white, it can only move up one space. And if it's black, it can only move down one space. Otherwise, if it's on any of these other ones, it can move 2 spaces up. Okay, so I'm gonna make a new function, and this is gonna be a function that that'll set the position of the piece. So it's gonna take a piece variable, and it's gonna take a position. So it's gonna take a piece, position, and grid. For row and grid, test, position and value. Yep, same thing. Pass. If okay. Match. It's gonna take a move, not a position. So if it's gonna do a match, position, case, case is gonna be, so if position, case, move, then if value so the value is the piece that I'm trying to move. Actually no, wait, I can just take since grid so this is gonna take a piece, a move. I'm just now realizing that because it's a dictionary, you actually don't have to loop through all the pieces. You can just get the one that you need. gonna take a piece, right? So white pawn. White pawn on white pawn on A2. Key error A2. If row what the hell? What the what? But it works with A1. Like if I just put no, it does not work. No, it does work. That's so weird. Print row. Okay, so there is a key in there for A1. So then it should be able to get the key. Oh, okay. So I didn't need the 4 position in row dot items. I guess coding chess is hard, huh? Okay, so now if okay. So position is equal to move 0. So I'm gonna make it a tuple. So move is going to be a tuple. Piece is a string. And grid is a list. Okay, so if position is equal to move 0, oh man, I don't even know what I'm trying to do here. If position, so we're just gonna set the position. This shouldn't, it shouldn't, I want to see if I can get just the number part out of it. Yeah. So if I do print int move 0 and 1, Okay, so that's what I wanted to do here. So the move 0 is boo, 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 boo. Because it's an index, the grid. So now if I just do let me see here. Okay. Good, 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 good. So then I can just get the target row that I want out of the move that I make instead of looping through the 4. Instead of looping through the 4 loop. So now I can do Wait, no, that still doesn't make sense. Fuck. Wait, what? Now it works? Okay. So then it's going to be then. I just replaced the whole ass thing with one pawn. Okay. But it's on the right track. It's on the right track. So this. Um. So A2 is now an empty string, and A4 has a pawn. Awesome. Nah, I'm not even gonna bother with the try. Mm. Shit. Damn, I've been working on this whole time. I haven't saved it. Oh, what am I doing? I should save this. Alright, I saved. La 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 la. So the set position function takes in a piece variable. It takes in a tuple containing the move set that's trying to be made. And it takes in a grid. I think though I want to reorganize the way I have it. So it'll take the grid first, then it'll take the piece, so pawn. Yeah, that's how I want it. Hmm. I'm trying to think. Does the pawn? What am I coding? Unicode chess. I saw this on Reddit. It said, "God, why is coding chess so hard?" And I'm like, it's not that hard. And like, I'm 3 hours in, trying to figure out how to code this shit. Oh man. So far I started with the dictionary for the whites and the blacks. It's the pawn, rook, knight, bishop, king, and queen on both. And then so I have an initialize function that sets up the board essentially, and then it sets the default positions for each piece, and then and then I made this function that sets a position. It takes the board as a parameter. It takes a piece, so the piece that you're trying to move, and it takes a move set, which is a tuple, that just takes so like, you know, the way that it works on the grid, A2 to A4. And now I'm doing the functions for each piece that sort of define, well, not sort of, but it defines the rules that that each piece has to obey. And yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at now. I'm just trying to think how do I execute this, because I noticed in my set position function that I was trying to loop through each. I am still learning Python constantly. I'm a little bit more advanced than I guess, like, you know, I'm pretty advanced in my Python skills, but I'm not like a professional by any means. So yes, I am just learning. Like so I wouldn't be able to set up an actual this is all text based. So it's just gonna be input, and maybe I'll try to, like, because I know there's some libraries you can get to put down an actual grid, like for a graph and all that. So I might be able to actually make a graph and lay it out on a graph using the same setup. But I gotta get the back end in before I can do any of that. So yeah, it's going though. Like I said, I'm trying to see if, so every time you choose a pawn, does it need to loop through each, or should I just add a couple of variables that take in that also take in a move set, and just compare it to make sure that if it's, because computationally I don't think it makes sense to just do a bunch of for loops all the time. It'd probably be better to just target exactly the one that you're trying to move. Because I don't like this. I don't like having like a long branch of case. I mean, granted, it's only 8. It's gonna be it's only ever gonna be the 8. But I want it to scale if I needed to. Sebastian Log? No. Is he like a big time Python dude? Oh. He made some chess. This one, right? Chess AI? I'll put it on in the background while
and welcome to a new episode
I'm working on
of
this.
Coding Adventures. Today we're going to be exploring the game of chess. Let's begin simply by creating the chessboard. So we'll need 2 loops for the X and Y axes, or files and ranks if you prefer. And to tell if a square should be colored light or dark, we can just check whether or not the file plus the rank is divisible by 2. Let's try running this code, and here we have our very humble beginnings. I expect I'll be staring at these 64 squares a lot in the coming days or weeks, depending how challenging this turns out to be. So I'll tweak these colors to something a little easier on the eyes.
What language is it in?
Exploring the we'll need 2 loops for the X and Y axis. Let's begin
this
simply
looks
by
like
creating
C.
a chessboard. So
Or C++,
we'll need 2 loops
something
for
like
the
that.
X
C
and
sharp
Y
and
axes,
Unity.
or files and ranks
Yeah.
if you prefer. And to tell if a square should be colored light or dark, we can just check whether or not the file plus the rank is divisible by 2. Let's try running this code, and here we have our very humble beginnings. I expect I'll be staring at these 64 squares a lot in the coming days or weeks, depending how challenging this
I do
turns out to
actually
be.
know about him.
So
I
I'll
watch a
tweak
lot
these
of
colours
his
to
videos. It's
something
really
a little easier
awesome.
on
And
the
yeah,
eyes.
he is really chill. It's like it's good background.
Next we'll need some pieces, and I found this nice design online, which came along with some interesting additional ideas for a giraffe, a zebra, whatever this is, and
But if
several
I
more.
just looped through
I
the
think chess is
board
confusing enough
itself,
as it is
would
though, so I'll stick to
also
these for now.
Look pretty good. So
We then need to represent
Or-
these pieces in code, so I'll assign each type of piece a number, along with a number for white and black. These values could be pretty much anything, but I chose these particular ones so that if we look at a piece in binary, the 3 bits on the right will tell us what type of piece it is, and then the 2 bits on the left tell us if it has a color associated with it, which can be white or black. So let's now create an array of 64 numbers, which will be the computer's internal representation of the chessboard. These are all 0 by default, but we could place, for example, on square 0,
So
a
that
white
was
bishop,
just me
and
testing
on
out
square
the
63,
set
a black queen,
function.
and whatever else
So
we
it
want.
sets A2.
Behind the scenes, I also added
pawn,
some code for
A2,
actually displaying the pieces.
to,
I'm not sure if they're obscuring quite
A4.
enough of the board at the moment, though, so let me
So,
fix that.
A4.
Perfect.
Pawn. And this is what
Now,
it would look
instead
like.
of setting up the board
just,
piece by piece in that array, I'd like to support the standard notation called
just like
fen.
as it is
Here's
now.
an example of a fen string, which might look terribly cryptic at first glance,
it's
but
got
it's
a
actually very
rook,
simple.
knight,
We start at
bishop.
the top left square, and here we have 7 empty spaces, followed by a lowercase k, meaning there's a black king hiding in this corner. We then go to the next rank and skip 3 spaces, and here we have an uppercase N, meaning a white knight. You're probably getting the idea already, so I'll spare you the tedium of going through the rest.
So it's already looping through each.
I've
on
written
the
up this little
board.
function to translate those fen strings into the format we're using, and up at the top here, I'll write out the fen for the starting position, so we can load that in. And here it is. I've also implemented some simple drag and drop behavior for the pieces, although it's not quite behaving how I'd hoped. I'll go ahead and fix that quickly. So now it's making the pieces disappear for some reason. I'm rapidly losing faith in my ability to code anything, but I have at last got it working, and I think it's looking nice.
Maybe you could
Although,
just
of
loop
course,
through
nothing's
all
really stopping me from
squares
sneaking
on
in
the
a move
board
like
and check
this
what piece
when
is
my opponent's
standing
not
there.
paying attention. So the first real challenge of this project is going to be calculating what the legal moves are in any given position.
Pawn.
So these are the indices of our squares, and from any square we can move orthogonally like a rook by adding these offsets.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what I am
diagonally
doing
like
right
a
now.
bishop with
I am
these
looping
offsets.
through. So it's looping through the board, which is like all the it's a list of dictionary items which contain the position and the I guess the whatever the contents are in the position. So that's what this is. So this is the position and the value. So the value can be it could either be a pawn or any other piece, or it could be empty string. So once it loops through, it's checking if it's a pawn. So if it is a pawn, it's gonna match the position of that pawn, and it's in the case that the position is A2, it's gonna print the position, so whatever position it's in, and it's just doing that for each case. But my problem is I don't want to go in and have a case for A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A7, etc. I would much rather make it like very like I like this. I like to have it really small and just use dictionary. It is a dictionary, yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out how I want to go about doing this.
I'll write out those values, and then I'm going to make another little array, and when the program starts up, it's going to quickly calculate the number of squares to the edge of the board, starting from each different square and going in every direction.
Like
just
I
so
said,
we can
the
easily
key
look up that
is
information when we need it.
the position.
Let's then define a little structure for holding a move.
A
Now
dictionary
we'll just
for the
record the
positions.
starting square and the target square of the piece we want to move.
The value is the
we can then make a list of these
the
moves
piece.
and a function for actually generating them. What we can do in here is just loop over all 64 squares and see what piece is on each square, and we're only interested in the piece if it's the right color for whoever's turn it is to move. Let's focus for now
Yeah,
on
see,
the
that's the
long-range
approach he's
sliding
going with
pieces.
it.
That's the bishop, the rook, and the queen. So in the sliding piece function, we can loop over the 8 different directions, and for each direction we'll also have a loop for the number of squares that exist in that direction up to the edge of the board. Now, of course, our movement.
But yeah, if
might
I
be
run
blocked
this,
by
it
one of our
works.
own pieces.
It works
so
the
let's
way
skip
it
to the next
is.
direction if there's a
So
friendly
print.
piece in the way. Then we can create the move going from the start square to the target square
Oh, no, wait,
and add it to
doesn't
the
need
list
to
of
print,
possible
just
moves. Finally, if there's an enemy piece on the target square, we'll be capturing it, so then we can't go any further than that, and we'll need to skip to the next direction there as well.
So it's just
This should work
printing
for
out
the queen, which
position
moves
that
in
it's
all
on.
8 directions. But if it's a bishop, we only want to look at the last 4 directions, or if it's a rook, then just the first 4. So I've added some logic here for handling that. If we now try this out on the board, the sliding pieces should all be obediently obeying the rules. I then spent some time carefully implementing the rules for the remaining pieces, but added some logic. This should work for the. Try this out on the board. This should work for the queen, which moves.
I want to see his code here. So he loops through each one. If he finds the one that he's looking for, then new move, start square, target square. Right, so, okay. Move. Yeah, right now it's just printing position of all pawns. So it should, if it works properly, then it should also work on this. So if I do new board, and then do pawn, new board, and then print, it should show B2, C2, D2, and A4. So A2 is gone and it's now on A4. The only reason why I have the case there is because the pawns are allowed to move 2 spaces if they're on their starting position.
All 8 directions, but if it's a bishop, we only want to look at the last 4 directions, or if it's a rook, then just the first 4. So I've added some logic here for handling that. If we now try this out on the board, the sliding pieces should all be obediently obeying the rules. I then spent some time carefully implementing the rules for the remaining pieces, but I'll spare you a detailed account of that. So at long last, the knights are free to leap about, we can push the pawns, and I've even got the hottest new moves from the 15th century like double pawn pushes and en passant.
Sacre bleu, invader!
Pawns can also become queens, or knights, bishops and rooks if they prefer, and we can castle the kings.
Move 0, 0 being the string
not yet
indice
implemented, and it's kind of important, is the concept of check.
A. So if
right now, if the king is under attack, you can just ignore it. So the moves at the moment are what's called pseudo-legal. The easiest way I can think of for fixing this is a little gross, but it's to take each pseudo-legal move, play it on the board, and then look at all the opponent's responses. If any of those responses is a capture of our king, we know that our last move must have been illegal, and in that way we can filter through just the legal moves. Let's put this to the test quickly. So here, for example, if I try move one of black's pawns, we can see it has no legal moves. If I select the knight though, we can either block the check or capture the queen. So now that we have legal moves, let's create our first adversary, one who plays moves completely at random.
Let's see.
Okay, it turns out that playing randomly is not really a viable strategy. Just for fun though, let's pit the computer against itself.
2.
Truly a beautiful game. Now, I'd like to get the computer playing a lot better than random, of course, so experienced human players rely heavily on pattern recognition and intuition, and even when calculating concrete sequences of moves, they only really consider a tiny fraction of the possibilities, with most being subconsciously rejected as irrelevant. Programming a computer in this way is not easy. Instead, we want to play to the computer's strengths by crunching millions of possible outcomes. To do that though, move generation needs to be pretty speedy, and mine is the exact opposite of that. So much time rolled by as I mashed away at the keyboard, trying out different ideas and of course fixing the seemingly endless supply of bugs I created along the way, as I tried to speed up the move generation, so that my computer would be able to look further into the future. One of the things I did was take this old code for filtering out illegal moves and throw it away. Instead, I'm now keeping track of all the squares that the opponent attacks, so we can easily detect if the king is in check, in which case it either needs to move to a safe square, or some other piece needs to move to one of these orange squares to resolve the check. Of course, this knight, for example, could block the check, except that would reveal another attack on the king from this bishop. So I also calculate these lines for limiting the movement of pinned pieces. Along with some other optimizations like keeping track of where all the pieces are instead of having to loop over the entire board to find them, I was able to speed things up a decent amount.
So if position 0
Now, I've been moving pieces around for a while, and it seems like everything's working correctly. But it's possible I've missed something, so I'd like to set up a little test. Let's write a function that gets all the legal moves, and one by one makes them on the board. It then recursively calls itself, so that for each move it makes each of the opponent's responses, and so on to infinity. Or more realistically until my computer runs out of memory and crashes. To circumvent that, I'll add a depth value that decreases with each call, and when it reaches 0, we'll stop going any deeper. What this function is going to do is simply count the number of positions that are reached after a certain number of moves.
This is,
For example, here's what it looks like with a depth of 2 ply, which just means 1 move for white and 1 move for black. The result, if I speed this up quickly, is 400 positions. Let's run this for a couple different depths, and we can see the number of positions grows very rapidly, with almost 120 million possible positions after just 3 moves for each side. Now, what we can do is compare these numbers to the consensus that's been reached by other chess programmers, and it seems to match. But obviously there's a lot of scenarios that can't arise so early on in the game, so let's try it out on this test position, which I came across on the chess programming wiki. Okay, fingers crossed. So something in my code is wrong. What a surprise. To try figure it out, I'm going to enlist the help of one of the best chess engines out there, Stockfish. I'll enter the test position here, and then I'll ask it to run the same performance test. The fish of course gets the correct result, but what's super helpful is it gives this breakdown of the number of positions after each move, which I can compare with my output to quickly trace exactly which moves my program is getting wrong. The mistake I made involved castling, which surprised me because I'd so carefully followed all the little rules, like if a rook moves, then you lose the right to castle on that side, even if it returns to its original square. But in this position, if black captures the rook, I didn't think to count that as the rook having moved, and so my program came up with this creative response. Another position that caught me out was this one. Here the pawn is pinned to the king by the rook, and so
I have a hard
it's
time
unable
with
to
those
move.
sometimes.
But if I make some other move, and black then pushes this pawn 2 up, that breaks the pin and now the pawn is free to move again. Let me undo that move though, because there's also that sneaky en passant rule, where a pawn that moves 2 squares can be captured as if it had only moved 1 square. So that works, but in this case that reveals the attack of the rook again, and so the move is actually illegal. With those fixed, it's now passing all the tests I've thrown at it so far. It's still slower than I'd hoped, to be honest, but I think it's time to start working on a more challenging opponent. There have actually been some breakthroughs fairly recently in the exciting world of chess programming, involving techniques like neural networks and Monte Carlo tree search, which I'm very curious to learn more about, but for now I'm going to go with a more old-school approach. Let's begin by making an evaluation function to try gauge how good a position is. To do this, we can decide how much each type of piece is generally worth, so knights and bishops are probably worth about 3 pawns each, a rook is worth a little more, and a queen is somewhere in the vicinity of 2 rooks. We can then add up the value of each side's pieces like so, and what we'll then do is subtract the one from the other to end up with a value that's 0 if the position is equal, positive if the side whose turn it is to move is doing better, and negative if the other side is doing better. Obviously, there's much more to evaluating a position than simply counting the pieces, but this seems like a decent place to start. We can now write a little search function, which should look familiar because it's the same idea as that move generation test we did a few minutes ago. But instead of counting the number of positions after however many moves, it's going to evaluate those end positions. We should also account for the fact that if there are no legal moves available, then it's either checkmate, in which case we can return negative infinity, because what could be worse than losing a game of chess, or it's stalemate, which gets a score of 0. Now we want to keep track of the best evaluation, so over here we can see what evaluation each move leads to, and this negative sign is very important because a position that's good for our opponent is bad for us, and vice versa. Let's visualize quickly what's going on. So say it's black's turn in the current position, and we're trying to choose between 3 possible moves. To do that, the search will look at white's possible responses to those moves and evaluate the resulting positions. Obviously, we could search deeper than that, but let's keep things simple. So these 3 positions will be evaluated first, and from that we can see that white should make this move, which gives a score of 6 in white's favor.
Still not working!
Then these 3 will be evaluated, and white's best option is this move. And finally, these 3 are all in black's favor, but this move is white's least worst option.
0 is equal to...
So in the original position, we can now see that black should play this move to ensure an advantage even if white makes the best response. Now there's a trick for speeding this up if we rewind to this moment. Here we've just evaluated a position that's good for white. In fact, it's even better than what white was able to get over here. So if you think about it, that actually already rules out this move as an option for black, and so we can take out our garden shears and prune this branch from the tree, not wasting any more time on it. This optimization is called alpha-beta pruning, and it gives the exact same results as the pure search, just faster. How much faster depends on the order of the moves, because if by some misfortune they happen to be ordered from worst to best, we can't prune anything at all. Essentially, the more good moves are searched early on, the more branches will be pruned and the faster it'll be. Obviously, we don't know in advance which moves are good, that's the entire reason we're doing the search, but we can make some guesses. For example, if we're able to capture a piece of high value, say the opponent's queen, with something of low value like a pawn, that's very likely to be a good move. Also, promoting a pawn is usually a good idea, whereas moving a piece to a square that's attacked by an enemy pawn is usually going to be a bad idea. So let's try all of this out on this test position.
Yeah, it is kind of distracting, not gonna lie. Oh shit. It kind of was. I'm like, I like it, but yeah, it is kind of distracting. If position is equal to move 0, 0 and index is greater than or less than what? I forget what these signs are. Yeah, okay, I had it right. Greater than or equal to index plus 2. No. Oh, now I'm getting it. Now I know exactly what it is. I don't need this. I only need... I do need the plus 2. But I need this here with 0. So the original plus 2. So if the new move valid, it should not be valid. It should not be valid. That should be, so if this less than? Shouldn't you just use equal sign? No, because the player has the option to move either one space or two spaces. Less. I think it's less. Less than. Okay, that looks right. Valid, and then 3. 3 is valid. But 1 is also valid. Anything less than I mean, I could do the same, another and, to make sure that it doesn't go below. And greater than. -1. So then if I put A1, it's still valid. Not equal to, just greater than. Invalid. Oh wait, I kind of needed that anyways, because it can't move backwards anyways. Some pieces can, but not this one. So that kind of encompasses that. And if I do A0, invalid, good. A5, invalid. A4 and A3 are the only valid moves here. Okay. Awesome. I mean, I need this if statement for all of the cases, so I'm not about to just copy and paste that in a bunch of times. The if statements, just check the number. Oh yeah, Yeah, I think that would work. Hello? Can you hear me? It looks like it's still working. I just wasn't talking. My bad. Yeah. Uh-huh. So... Now it's looping through and checking all of the pawns to see if it's a valid move instead of just the one that I needed. Which kind of could be a problem. So if position 1 is equal to 2, oh. Position 0 is equal to move 0 0. And is valid. I have that works too though. Just adding this extra one. But yeah, I think if I could also do if well, I think that would work too, right? So that way I don't know, it doesn't work. I don't know why I thought it would work. Elsewhere. I think I get what you're saying here. So is valid. If is valid, then we're gonna move set position. Set position of forward. And move. So then that should move. I think I should, because this is only if it's on the first I think since I have the board, I can probably even just do like board move move 1, no, 0, and then move 1. So I get the index, make that an int. I subtract by 1. Then we get the index value. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the help also. It's real good. Bye. Have a good night. No, you help. You're good. The case, like getting rid of the case, that whole case situation, that was top notch. I didn't want to use the match case thing. It just didn't seem like the right way of going about it. This will work a lot better though. Board int move. Let's see. Print board int 0, 1, -1. It gets the right one. And then move 0. If white pawn in Just move though. A7. Oh, it's invalid for all the other ones. A7. It did move it though. Mm-hmm. See, that's what I was talking about. I needed to get the values Or I just wanted to get to see if if a pawn was in the position, the move that was being made. So now, if I need a position, right? So position equals equals move zero. So the position that we're looking for here is move 0. So if int position 1 is equal to 2, then we're going to print row. I'm going to print the row. Okay. So if int position 1 is equal to 2, This could probably be a function too that takes in a piece value. Or a color. Board. Color. Or we'll put team. String. Team is white. No. Let's see here. But if I use a team, then I don't need it to be a function. And then it'll just take that one variable of team and it should work. And so then if I do black, oh no, that won't work. Shit. How do I do this? Hmm. If I do a string, then I can do like this. And then it would just be as simple as if it then this would be seven. It would be -2 then, and this would be +1. So those are the only differences between those, or should be. I could have just done an else. None. None. Return. A7 to A6 did not move. It should have though. Hmm. No, that wasn't it either. Position. Is equal to 7. If is valid position. Black int move 1 1 less than. Let's just try greater than. Does everything need to be flipped? Yeah, okay, there it is. A6. A5. Yep. And now if I try to do A4 from A7 to A4, not gonna happen. From A7 to A8, also not gonna happen. A7 to A6 works. So I do B7, B6. Hey. I don't need this to be a function. It just looks nicer, but it doesn't need to be. All right, so that handles the initial move. Now I need to get the No. W and B. W equals 2, B equals 7. So I can do W and B. So I can now actually change define move underscore pawn, take a color, it takes a color, the color being W or B, color is int. And then let me copy one of these in there. So if piece and it's a dictionary. Dictionary and start, which is an int. So this will be start, and this will be color. And everything else should be the same. So if I do move underscore pawn, so the color would be white, and the start would be W. Or 2. I don't need the other one. So now I have the move pawn function, and it's all working right. So now if I hit play, it should still work as intended. So now I want to check if greater than +1. Hold on. This is only accounting for if it's on B7, but I want to check. So now I want to check if team is equal to white, if move if int move 0 1 move index move index 1 and 2, move index 2. if move index +1 if team is equal to white, if move index 2 is greater than move index 1 minus 1. It probably doesn't even need the -1. It could probably just do with being greater than itself. B6, B8. Yeah. If move index 2 is greater than or equal to move index 1 minus 2, return true. We'll do another one that says if move index 1 is equal to 2, then we're going to be able to move -2 and return true. Else, we're going to do -1. And then same thing with this one. So if move index 1 is equal to 7. Wait, I got those wrong. This is 2, this is 7. Then we'll do this. Else we only do by 1. We can only do 1. Okay, so B6, and then pawn to from B6 to B5 should work. No. Okay. So move index 1 should be to move index 1. So now B5, yeah. B7, B6, B5. But if I do B6 to B4, it should not move from B6. And if I do B7 to B4, it will also do nothing. B7 to B5, B6 to B4 should also not work. So B7 to B5 works. B5 to B4 should work. Oh. I think now I don't need the pass. because it's only targeting the one that I need. How does it return a none though? It shouldn't return none. Oh, I see. Index 1. God damn, it's already 5? I have been working on this all day. Officially. Damn. I can't believe that. Return true if move index 2 is greater than or equal to move index minus 1. Return true, else return false. Else print team warning. I don't need this else statement. B5 to B3 should return false. Oh, and now I need to capture. Now I need to handle the capture logic. Oh boy. So for this one, I need, since I have the ASCII keys, I'll actually move these up here where it's supposed to be. So ASCII lowercase, colon 8, colon to 8. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. So now we got to do the capture logic. Letters is invalid argument for print. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So, for letter and letter. A, B, C, D, E, H. All right. So for letter and letter, if no, I don't need to do a for loop. This is handled the same way that move indexes. So zero zero, and then for move letter 2 equals 0 1 or 1 1 0. Okay, so 1 0 1 1. Move letter 1, move letter 2. Letters equals ASCII, lowercase. So this is gonna go like if move letter 2 if move letter 2 is equal to for letter and letters, if move letter 2 is equal to letter, um, if move letter 2 is equal to letter, we'll be at the right index. So when we're at the right index, oh, but do we even need the right index? Because the number index 1 or index 2 is already there. So I could just use index 2 then. So I don't need the for loop or the index. Letters, and then move index 2. So if move letter 2 is equal to letters move index 2, print minus 1 and letters plus 1. I know. I commented out these, so it's not even executing now. B4. Oh shit, dude. What? Oh, okay. It's a if statement, so I need to do A, B, C. B5 to C4 work though. Oh man, it shouldn't. Not by default. Oh man, I have no idea what's going on here, man. If I just have it print and not worry about ED. Now it's working. C, E, and D. A, B, C, D, E. Oh. You need to slice it, that's why. So it's gonna end here, and I want it to go move index 2 to move index 2 minus 1. Move index 2 would be 4. So if it's 4, then this is 3. E and D. Oh, okay. So B, D, C, C, D, A, B, C, and D. Okay. B, 8 is H, which is correct. Okay. So then this is almost right. I just need that. So if move letter. D. B. B, C, and D. So we're on B. Oh, it should be A and B. A or B. So A or B. So if letter 2 is equal to no. If letter 2 is equal to move index move letter 1 is E. Oh, okay, okay, okay. The move index is not a good way of determining what index we're on. So I do need a loop for letter. If letter is equal to move letter underscore 1, letters print letters letters index -1. AE AD. A and A. AC and AC. H B. Ooh, that's a tough one. If index is less than 0, if index is actually greater than 0, greater than 0, and index is, so if index is greater than 0 and index is less than greater than or equal to, less than or equal to 8. Oh, but it doesn't really matter because it's so if index is equal to 0, if index is greater than 0 and less, and index is less than 8. So A and H. Okay. Oh man, I finally did it. It's already 6. Jesus. I'm gonna see how much longer I can do this for, and then, yeah. define capturable. No, capture. Move letter. Okay, so it is valid. We're gonna do a letter check. And capture. Capturable is letter check. So if capturable if letter check return letters. Shoot. If letter check -1 no. Oh, damn it. F7 to F5. That's a valid move, but F5 to G4 is not a valid move. That's good. That's exactly how it should be. Okay, so so now if move index 2 is greater than or equal to move index 1 minus 1, and capturable, and move letter 2 and move letter 2 is incapturable. Okay, so E or G. So if I do E, it turns true. Gotta end the stream here. GG's.